Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good morning for some of you, depending on where you're at. If it's after midnight, I guess that makes it morning. 0 dark 30, of course. I hope everybody had a good weekend so far. I'm sorry I was not with you guys yesterday or earlier today. I actually had to sleep during the day today. I was up all night last night doing some burning, and I could not leave it unattended. So I had no choice but to stay up with it. So I finally got to bed at about, I think it was about 9:30. I think it was right. Yeah, I think about 9:30 this morning. I finally was finished. It was I was able to douse the coals out with some water and now I don't. I was trying to get it done because we don't get to burn again until after the beginning of March. So I haven't even smoked a bowl yet today, so I'm preparing that while I'm talking with you guys. And getting ready to fire that up here in a minute. I hope, like I said, I hope everybody's having a good weekend. A lot of stuff going on. I was trying to keep track of everything, running my phone in earplugs to, yes, ma'am. If you give me a minute, I will send a invite to my phone, and I will go and show you guys those puppies. They're doing really good. They're getting really noisy really quick, driving me a little batshit crazy, to be honest with you. It's been a piece of work, to say the least, trying to do everything that I'm doing and taking care of them at the same time. Tends to be a little bit of a project, but I just, I do the best that I can, trying to provide for them the best I can and give them the best life and a happy future, So give me a second here. I got to make sure my volumes are down, and I got to make sure the microphone is muted on this, or else we'll get some feedback. So give me a second. Let's see, turn that down. Oh, okay. I guess I figured out how to turn them all down at once. That's cool. All right, let's see here. Let's see if I can do this. And then I got to remember to add myself in. And those of you that normally call me during the daytime, thank you for letting me rest today. I really appreciate you guys doing that for me. It's been a long couple of days here. So okay, now let's get it added to the screen. All right, and I need to grab the light. Okay. Well, you guys, you guys can all get up and get out of the way. That's great. Thank you so much. Step on in the pen. Visit with Mama and the baby. Hi, Mama. You got one. You got one that's on the run here. Got one on the run. Oh, he's coming. Oh, Mama, you got a baby back here. Give me a second. Got a baby back here, Mama. There we go. There we go. Yeah, all 9, very, very healthy, very happy, very good pups. But again, like I said, they're loud. Mama. Yeah. Beautiful girl. All right, let me get out of here. Get out of the way. Raphael. Hi, Raphael. How you doing, buddy? Hey, where's your twin brother at? Oh, there he is. Gizmo. 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 Oh, you're going to ignore me, huh? Yeah. Liberty. This is trouble, even though he's never been one single minute of trouble his entire life. And here we have Sonny. Come up with a name for you. Maybe we'll get one for you tonight. Where's your brother at, by the way? You must be outside. Or might you want to sit down? Yeah. Let's go. Come on in, Baron. Big dog. Big kitty bean. Yeah. And Mr. Gabriel, he's there's your brother back there. He's underneath the desk back there, you see him? He's all curled up. I got my spot. I got my spot. Okay, that's it. Well, you guys probably didn't hear half of what I said, did you? Because I had to turn off that microphone. Yeah. Okay. Real quick, Angel Rose, I did hear some rumblings about that. I will have some confirmation information tomorrow on that. I got a friend who is a former park ranger who I'm waiting to hear back from, and is generally in the loop on those kind of things. So waiting to hear about a confirmation of that. But yeah, there's there's a couple of areas that I know that they're attempting to do a migrant camps inside the forest, and which is not a great idea at all. First off, you have no cellular service in most of those areas, unless you got satellite. And interesting to see where is Kevin Willard says the young boy that they're searching for is still missing. Sorry to hear that, brother. Sorry to hear that. Okay, let me scroll back. Hi, Krista. I hope you're doing good. It's still a little bit of heater stage. I got to keep a heater going for the puppies for right now, at least until probably about the middle of March. I think that's going to that'll change. 2 block. Some I do not. Some of them, depending on their traits as they grow, we can generally tell Um, uh, if they're going to be easily trainable for other activities. So if we can train them for seeing eye or hearing impaired, then we do that. If we can work them for PTSD and emotional support or seizure detection, then we work for those and do the best we can. Anyways, I don't know why I say we, because it's me. Me, myself, and I all work together. We do all right. Slow country. I don't. I'm having a brain fart in regards to this. Talking about the 40,000, how I equated it to a couple of things. I do know that that the Chinese migrants have disappeared. You know, we see all the other ones, but we don't see the Chinese migrants. I wonder what's up with that. Yeah. Couple of quick things. Let's see if I can get my share screen up here and do a present, because I want to get my camera down as quickly as possible to make sure we have a smooth program for the videos. I got Dave's head on me, and let's get me on there. Right. And one thing I do need to do is I need to clear a little bit of StreamYard space, or else this cast is only going to be about an hour long. So I got to clean out some of the prior casts that I've been holding off on deleting the recordings, not the broadcast themselves. Let's see. Get a couple of them done so that way then we have up to 12 hours if we decided we wanted to run that long, which I know I'm not going to. Trump won South Carolina today, which is a wonderful thing. And I'm home, and then I want to click on Bink. Nope, that's not. I wanted to click on my, not yours. There we go. Wanted to go over a couple of things that I found yesterday that I wanted to share yesterday, but yeah, the fire was more important to take care of. And let's see. Nope. I found some stuff already today. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? Where are you? Let's see. Hey, Liberty, behave yourself. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to tolerate it. Bunch today. I mean, there was just a whole bunch laid out today. That just like, I'm not going to cover anything on the medical side though, because we already know what will happen if I do. So we're going to avoid those ones. And then, okay, am I getting close? I think I'm getting close. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this guy here put this out last night, and I saw it at I think I saw it like 3 o'clock in the morning. I think I saw it somewhere around there. I thought that this was interesting, and I wanted to share this with you guys because I was asking the exact same question just a few days ago. If you remember correctly, well, some of you will remember this, but I used to have some Chinese that worked out here on the farm, and I got word a few days ago from Portland telling me that they absconded from their bakery that they had there in Portland and have now disappeared. Now, it was kind of funny that the last month that they were out here, the one guy has been in this country for going on 13 years. The other one was here for about 5 years. The one who had been here for 13 years that owned the bakery went out and bought a few ARs. And he was talking about how easy it was to get them. And and all that. And but now he disappeared. The bakery is shut down. And let me tell you, Chinese bakeries are very important to the community, for their community, and the one that they had closed down. So, but this guy put out an interesting one that I wanted to share with you guys. So let me take this big screen, get rid of this big old banner out of the way. Here we go.
Shh. Have you seen any Chinese dropped off in New York City, other places lately? Because the government helped them. They don't accept the free stuff. No phones, no snap cards, nothing free from our government. Why? It's all traceable. The Chinese government will pass them funds, burner phones shipped from China in the dip pouch, things the United States government will be unable to find. All cash, no cards, multiple untraceable prepaid SIM cards. You know they're crossing the borders, but where are they going? NSA, FBI tools are easier to avoid if you're trained intelligence officer, a special forces soldier. They never arrive at any shelter. Think about it. Where are they? I'm Armstrong. Shh. Have you seen any?
He makes a good point. Yep, makes a good point. We see them crossing the border, but we never see them being transported. We never see them on the buses. We never see them in the shelters or anything like that. They just makes you wonder. This lady here explains Gen Z. Or Gen X, I'm sorry, Gen X. Here we go.
We're Gen X, and I'm late to this trend because I'm too busy pondering the mysteries of life and mastering the art of rolling my eyes to give a shit, but I'll play along. We're Gen X. Social distancing for us was avoiding the kid at school that had chickenpox. We're Gen X, and our playdates were the moms getting all the kids together that had chickenpox so that they could get the shit over with. We're Gen X. And playing outside meant scraping your knees, not cramping your thumbs from gaming too much. We're Gen X, and our voice assistants were called parents, and they answered with, "Because I said so." We're Gen X, and on-demand shows was a stack of VHS tapes next to the television. We're Gen X, and we learned our life lessons from cartoon characters like Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, and the Roadrunner. We're Gen X, and voice recognition was yelling at your sibling across the room to change the channel. We're Gen X, where keep talking meant shut your fucking mouth. We're Gen X, and our idea of a group chat was a paper cup with a string attached to it. We're Gen X. Our GPS was a crumpled paper map shoved inside a glove compartment covered in mustard stains. We're Gen X, where our internet was dialed up on a phone line with eerie, annoying noises that sounded like R2-D2 was going to take a dirt nap. We're Gen X, and our social influencers were our friends that knew where all the good snacks and the alcohol was. We're Gen X, and we really don't give a fuck.
Okay, I think she's kind of right. Yeah, kind of right. Miss Mindersu asks, can you explain to us why there's people on our ballots that have already dropped out? What the fuck? Well, what it is I think that they printed the things back at the beginning of the primary season and never wasted the time to do others. Because I was seeing some people today that were bragging about the fact that in South Carolina, they voted for Ron DeSantis. Yeah, you're no fucking patriot. If you're voting for Ron DeSantis and he's already endorsing Trump, you got some serious freaking problems. Okay. Uh, you know, uh, you know, well, I just got thrown off by another question. Since you brought up the Chinese, my friend saw 2 buses loaded with military-aged men with Chinese drivers in a Walmart parking lot. Could have been on the way to Truckee. Or, well, the question is were all the passengers Chinese? That's the question. If the passengers were all Chinese, then basically the Chinese are going around with buses and picking up the Chinese. If they were just Chinese drivers, then they're probably American Chinese, nationals, or you know what I mean, and go from there. But I think that the fact that because those ballots are watermarked somehow, they can't just change them. You know, that's just a possibility. You know, uh, and then we have I'm so tired of this crap. I'm angry about the nursing student unalived by an illegal from Venezuela. Venezuela stopped receiving migrants back from U.S. and Mexico, so we are stuck with them only temporarily. You know, and then we got thousands in camp outside of Phoenix. Yep, I know. It's yeah. And then Good Day Hawk, Dr. Phil was on Rogan and showing Chinese land beside military bases in the States. Yeah, and that's part of the major problem. You know, it's there's a lot there. It's makes me wonder what's really going on, and we just have to kind of we're kind of in a wait phase. I'm not saying sit back and wait, but we are in a wait phase. Um, you know, um, when you think about it, if it boils down to blue helmets in this country, I think that shit will hit the fan. But I have a feeling that there's something a lot more to this than meets the eye. And all we can do is wait and watch. But don't take your eye off the ball. You know, you know. Don't forget all the farmland that's been bought up. No one is watching who's stockpiling or training. Well, stockpiling land is pretty much people from BlackRock right now, and they have been. How do I put this? Here's my email right there. The rental lands, rental properties, rental apartment complexes, and things like that. BlackRock is doing as much purchasing as possible. The thing is that I know that there was something put into Congress not long ago, an initiative to stop this from happening. But I don't know how far they actually got with that. So I'm hoping that email address is coming up on your screen there on the Facebook side. But that is my email address right there. All right. Okay. Getting on to our next video. Speaking of total lack of.
We're Gen X, and I'm late to this trend because I'm too busy pondering the mysteries of life. And
it's not even your turn. It's not your turn, lady. You already had your turn. Stop it. Okay. Now, this is the one we want right here.
Buonasera, Presidente Biden.
Italian TV.
Good evening, Mr. President Biden. President. Here we are, President Biden. Qui.
Here?
Yes. Good evening. Buonasera. Yes.
I said to the President of Israel,
Sì.
Mikhail Gorbachev.
No, non è Gorbachev. Non è Gorbachev il presidente dell'Israele, no.
Sorry, Michael Jordan.
No.
When he went to the moon.
Quando è andato sulla Luna.
And he was shot from Dallas.
Ma non hanno sparato a lui a Dallas, quello è Kennedy. No, sia fermo, Presidente.
Long shot from Dallas to the moon.
Si sta confondendo con Kennedy.
14 millions.
Sì.
Miles, 40.
Vabbè, ma non è lui, Presidente. Mr. President.
His wife,
la moglie,
tried to bring him.
No, ma quello è Kennedy.
Into the cabriolet,
No, sta facendo confusione, Presidente. Sta facendo confusione, evidente.
Sorry.
Sì.
It wasn't the moon.
Non è andato
It
sulla
was
Luna.
Mars.
No.
Mars attack.
Ma che Mars Attack? No.
Beautiful
no.
film
Where
Netanyahu sang
No, ma Netanyahu, no. Netanyahu è il presidente di Israele. Non cantava. Over
the garage.
The Rainbow era. Vabbè.
He's opened by this.
Cosa fa? Dove va, Presidente? Cosa fa? Presidente? Mr. President. Stay quiet. Ecco. Ok. No. Please. Cosa sta dicendo? Cosa sta facendo? È la valigetta dei codici atomici quella.
No.
Lei non sta bene.
No.
Gliel'hanno fatto grosso.
I forgot to take the pills.
No, ma non sono le pillole, non sono le
No, I
medicine.
called the nurse.
No.
Okay. All right. On a serious note, here we
Taylor Swift and the real truth. Christians, this one's for you. I'm going to show you all of the video clips. I'm going to show you all of the articles. I'm going to show you the direct reasons in solidified factual proof of why they go against scripture. I'm also going to reference scripture. So we're going to dive in. She has said publicly that she is a witch, and here she is embodying demonic activity in her concerts, in her music, and people have even said that they've experienced memory loss and amnesia after going to her concerts. The Bible is black and white. There are no gray areas with God. In Ephesians 5:11, it says, "Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them." 1 Corinthians 10:21, "You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons too. You cannot have a part in both the Lord's table and the table of demons." 1 Corinthians 10:20, "Rather, that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to demons and not to God. And I do not want you to have fellowship with demons." Matthew 16:25-27, "For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me will find it. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul?"
Do you think there's a level of fame that is just too dangerous?
Yeah, if you don't drink the Kool-Aid, you don't drink the gold juice, that I will live forever and I'll have whatever I want. So I was offered the gold juice 3 times. I don't know, but I didn't drink it and I didn't want it. They send like people after you. You can have everything you want, all the fame in the world, all the money. I'm like,
when I was working with this producer, we were working on my first album to get me shopped to get a major deal. And we were taking a break from recording this album, and he took me around the studio. And this is someone who's been in the industry, like he's worked with big names. And so he was like, "Hey, so you know that if you were to sell your soul to the devil, you can have instant fame tomorrow." Yes, a music producer I was working with.
He actually said those words.
He actually said those words.
At the top of the top, which albums are prayed over demonically. Music is prayed over demonically. That goes out to the world, goes out to the radio stations, goes out to the public. And when you see that stuff and know that stuff, it's frightening.
What do you mean by that, Shane? Prayed over demonically?
So rituals, ceremonies, everything to bring to give light to the devil, to Satan. It's a satanic music industry.
Proverbs 23:7 states, "As a man thinketh, so is he." Neurologically, in your brain, how you are made, do you know that your subconscious cannot differentiate negatives, which means don't think of something, don't think of a pink elephant. Why are you thinking of a pink elephant? Your focus, right? Can't differentiate between a joke nor the truth. Can't differentiate between singing and speaking. This man literally just got done telling you that these things are demonic rituals, worship, all of these things. So when you are singing these songs, you are unknowingly signing demonic strongholds and opening doors to come into your life. We cannot, as Christians, be in both worlds. Spiritual warfare is real. I witnessed at the age of 14 a demon tried to possess my dad, but because he's filled with the Holy Spirit, he was not successful. But I saw the demon with my own eyes. I have seen spirits, I have seen demons, all of the things, and this is real. Are you awake yet? So, yes, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, Beyonce, Jay-Z, Megan Fox, Shotgun Kelly. Like, I could go on and on and on. Lady Gaga. There is solidified proof. You want Katy Perry saying it herself? Here you go.
But didn't you release a CD like almost 10 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I released a gospel record when I was 15 because I grew up in, a household where all I ever did was listen to gospel music, and my parents are both traveling ministers, and so I kind of sang about, what was going on in my life at 15, and that's how I got introduced to the music industry. Because I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
If you love somebody, you love them so much, and you people who are in a relationship or those ones dying for a relationship, if you love somebody, would you go cheat on them just once? Just once. It's no big deal. Or would you go hang out with somebody who you know that they don't approve of? Would you go do something that is going to hurt the person that you love? Absolutely not. If you are truly in love with somebody and you have truly given yourself to that person, you're married, you have that vow, that sacred union, you're not going to go cheat on them. So why are you doing it to God? Every time you listen to this trash, every time you support this trash, you are basically spitting in God's face. And don't think I am any different, because I have been there. But I woke up. You want to know how I woke up? I started pursuing the Lord with everything that I have got. Jeremiah 29:11-13. Because God knows when you are half in with him. God knows when you are pursuing lust, when you are pursuing corn, when you are pursuing the physicality of the world and you're not married. God knows when you're idolizing money. God knows when you want, control. He knows, you guys. You cannot fool him. You cannot have this world and have Jesus too. Please wake up. 1 John 2:17. The world and its desires pass away, but whoever does the will of God lives forever. You guys, this life is temporary. I want you to look at this next clip. The scene is too bad for me to even share on here, but I'm going to read the scriptures. They mocked him. They beat him. They drained his blood while he bled out. And he could have saved himself, but he didn't, because he loves you. Because he loves us. Those who passed by hurled insults at him, shaking their heads and saying, "You who are going to destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself. Come down from the cross if you are the Son of God," mocking him. In the same way, the chief priests, the teachers of the law, and elders mocked him. He saved others, they said, but he can't save himself. He's the King of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross, and we will believe him. That is Satan. And you wonder why there's games in your mind and with the world. God tells us all the time, they hated me first. We have to stand firm in him. Matthew 27:50. And when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The earth shook and the rocks split. Buildings are literally collapsing and being torn apart. All he wants is a relationship with you. You're telling me that after all of this, you still think he doesn't love you? You are not too broken. You are not too far gone. You are not too unclean for the grace and the love and the forgiveness of God. If he can forgive me from divorce and abortion and blaming myself for miscarriage after that, for, lust and a corn addiction for years and years, and self-pleasure, and just so many things that absolutely wrecked me. And yet I am here today so in love with him and the life that he has destined for you. As humans, we walk ourselves into dumpster fire after dumpster fire after dumpster fire. For what? For what? give up hearing God, being as close to God as you can, to listen to Taylor Swift and these other demonic embodiments. I'm not telling you these things to shame you, to guilt you, to make you feel bad. I'm telling you this because I love you, and I'm praying that you're gonna wake up. We're supposed to be the light unto the world, the lamp unto his feet. We're not supposed to cower down and hide under these demonic forces. Satan is using whoever decides to follow the ways of the world and profess that they love God. Satan is using them for the latter. Have you ever heard of church abuse, where these people in the church pretend to love God and they're some of the worst of them all? You know what I'm trying to say. It is time to wake up. It is time to wake up, and I will tell you the honest truth. Every single day until my face is blue from breath, lack of breath, whatever, because I love you, because I don't want you to get to the end of this life and live in regret and say, oh, I didn't know that, or oh, I didn't know that. Like, please wake up. Please wake.
Yeah. Good words. Good words. Okay. This one I thought was very interesting. And there's definitely, as Dr. Z says in this, there's definitely something more to this than meets the eye. We just got to figure out what that is.
3.5 years ago, she was rushed into hospital with a migraine, which left her with a voice she didn't recognize.
I have not actually heard my voice in a conversation for nearly 3 years now.
Her initial response upon hearing how she used to sound from a bank telephone recording
Good afternoon, thank you for calling.
was to long for her old accent to return.
Yeah, I'm not actually ringing about my policy though. I'm ringing for a quote. Do you still want my policy number?
I know it's me, but I feel like I want to say, oh, she make a good speak. She speak a good, but like that, not me no more.
There's one picture you can see all the sides.
Sarah has been diagnosed with foreign accent syndrome. The condition has only 150 known cases worldwide.
Although it's called foreign accent syndrome.
3.5 years ago, she was rushed in.
Oh, is that crazy or what? He goes in with a migraine, goes into a CAT scan machine, and all of a sudden she has Chinese accent and can't speak proper English anymore. That's strange. When you're strange. Veterans are speaking out. And this one here, Steve put this out. Steve Loves Ammo on X. Please share this. Many veterans are highly pissed at New York City and other government entities are giving out free money, housing, and other amenities to illegals while we struggled to get claims processed, etc. Let's take a listen to this young man.
Okay, so it's been reported that New York City mayor is planning on giving illegal immigrants a debit card with $10,000 on it. Now, this really bothers me because I'm a disabled veteran who fought for my country. I have an implant in my left eye. I have chronic PTSD. I got degenerative disc disease in my back, tinnitus in both ears, hearing loss in one. I'm legally blind in my left eye now. And I have to fight tooth and nail to get anything from the VA as far as disability goes. Right now I'm getting $170 a month, and I've been battling to get the increase and get the money I deserve, but I got to jump through hoops. I got to do this, do that, travel 300 miles to go to a CMP exam just to get the money I'm owed. And they're going to give these illegal immigrants all this money for nothing. You're spitting in the face of the people who fought for this country, the people who built this country, the people who paved the way for this country. This is sad.
And I don't blame him for being mad. Not one bit. Not one bit. So I put this out about an hour before the following report came out, but they're both saying pretty much the same thing. So we'll just go ahead and hit it. Real America's Voice.
Good morning. We're at Satchel Ford entry here in Columbia, South Carolina. Polls opened at 7 o'clock this morning, and I'm already hearing from voters that there could be some suspicion around the way they're able to cast their ballots. I actually was just speaking with one gentleman who just finished casting his ballot, came out to us and explained exactly what is going on inside. Could you break that down for us, what you told me?
I'd be happy to. My name's Tony Burks, and I've lived here in the neighborhood 37 years, always voted here, and submitted my ballot. It's a paper ballot into the scanner, got an error. Poll worker comes over, says that I'm gonna have to fold it and slide it in another slot that looked kind of like a trash can, and said they didn't have internet. So I walked out scratching my head, and there were a number of other voters that were just as confused as I was.
So no one was able to correctly do it.
Right.
And it's interesting because we both have internet out here.
Absolutely, no problem.
And no one was able to tell you anything?
I just asked what's going on. He said, well, we can't get internet, so you're just going to have to put your ballot in here and it'll be counted, hand counted. Very unusual at best.
Yeah. Now, did they say that they're going to fix this internet problem?
I don't recall us having any conversation related to that. I just assumed that they would, but it might be interesting for you to ask some other voters if it's still going on. But there were about five voters that came out at the same time, like, what the heck, you know?
Well, hey, thank you so much for letting us know. And we will, of course, continue to follow this. We are in Columbia, South Carolina. It is primary day here, and the polls are open until 7 o'clock tonight. Stick with us for more coverage.
Okay, so what do I think about this? Okay, well, my first thought was, so it's already begun. Is the opponent of Donald J. Trump so embedded with her connections of Democrat donors involved with attempting to steal South Carolina? Well, honestly, I think she did not get 30%. I think she probably got around 12 to 13% of the state. I do believe that these shenanigans may have had something to do with her getting close to 30%. But there were Democrats out voting for Nikki Haley. And that was reported by another reporter. Democrats coming out, switching their things. And the thing is, Democrats shouldn't be able to vote in the Republican primary. And if they're going that day and switching over to Republican in order to vote that day, then, you know, basically what we're seeing is games being played. Nikki's doing everything that she can to try and stay in the race until Super Tuesday, thinking that she's going to pull a rabbit out of her ass. But we'll have to wait and see where this all leads. But I believe that in this.
Good morning. We're at Satchel Ford.
This is my personal opinion. That the internet was intentionally turned off because the machines are not supposed to be connected to the internet at any given time. Okay. Thus forcing them to do hand counts of paper ballots and leaving it at that. So, you know, so that's where my mindset is. I could be wrong, but I believe that basically they were trying to make sure that this is a legitimate race in as many facets as they could, and you know, we'll have to wait and see. This guy here, I've seen him on quite a. Scott, well, no, that's not his name. He's the guy who shared it. I don't remember what this guy's name is. I know he's out of New York City, and he's made quite a few videos that I've played for you guys in the past. I just don't recall his name. if I could recall everybody's name that I've ever played, that'd be a miracle. It'd be awesome because then categorically I'd be able to find anything on this computer. Yeah. So this is in Washington, D.C. He went to visit the people who were out there praying for the Gen 6ers across from the jail. So here we go.
Hey, folks, I got to try to walk away because of these See You Next Tuesday Antifa protests. I'll tell you where I am right now. I'm at the Freedom Corner. And if you don't know what that is, it's the corner right across from the prison where the January 6 folks are being held. You remember those folks, grandmothers, grandfathers, who for 3 years have been in this jail cell without seeing a judge, without a court date or a hearing. Now, we all know what's going on in this country, especially cities like New York. Murderers, illegal immigrants, as a matter of fact, beating the shit out of cops, beating the shit out of little old ladies, right out of the revolving doors of justice. Imagine that. These folks are here for 3 years. Ashley Babbitt, you know who she is. Her mother's here. Got to know her well. Other family members are here. And every night, there's a group of people here. Every single night. This is my first time here. Every night, there's a group of people, no matter what the weather. And at 9 o'clock, like just now, people out here sing the national anthem in sync with the prisoners. They sing the national anthem inside at the same exact time. It's a very powerful, powerful experience. Sadly, this is what happens in this country. But the good thing is that it's all going to change. Might be a little while that they're still going to be here. But the day Donald Trump gets elected and is in office, these innocent folks will be out of that jail. If you're in Washington, stop by Freedom Corner every night between 7:30 and 9 o'clock. Just a little lesson.
All right. So Scott Labardo is his name. Thank you very much, Julie, for that. And somebody else threw that into Julie Blashinsky Blackledge also put that up. So this is in Canada. And I thought that this was kind of interesting. They stood their ground and told the police to fuck off. The Ontario Provincial Police visit the home of a Canadian who left a message on Chrystia Freeland's voicemail that that said she and the entire Canadian government should be hung for treason. And basically they said they should be hung. They didn't say that they were going to hang them, so it wasn't a threat. They said they should be hung. Okay, let's take a listen to this conversation between the police and this couple.
Well, what I said on her message isn't illegal because you know what? She's being a fucking treasonous cunt.
She's one of the worst and most
So
hated
you guys are here because of this message I left on Christina Freeland's message machine yesterday.
An opinion is freedom of
So
speech.
I'm allowed to have a
actually.
fucking opinion, and you guys can suck my ass if you don't like it.
Well, it's kind of hard when I've got 3 dogs at the door.
No, we just came to talk to you about it. Listen, that's fine. Like, what you said wasn't threatening, okay?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not threatening. An opinion is not.
Opinion, okay? But
I got a question. Why does she want to waste your time, and why would you guys even come wasting? Because
we're
she's
the
a
police.
pussy.
If they have concerns, we have to come in and attend to it.
It's not a concern. It's a freedom of speech issue that she doesn't understand the freaking, or even consider the freaking.
Do you know what you said?
Yeah, she should be hung for treason.
Yeah.
That's an actual statement of a law, of a global law.
Just like if you're treasonous in this country and you're the government,
They should be
we're
charged with
as
murder.
the
They've
citizens
killed
of
50,000 Canadian
we
people.
are allowed to hang a corrupt government.
Right?
Legally, we can
It's
do it.
all within international law, so I don't understand why you guys are here.
Happen this weekend, and the government gets hung. It's not my fucking problem. It's
My
their,
question.
their
Yeah, I got a
fucking
question.
problem. And
Why
that's
aren't you
probably
guys
going to happen this
arresting these
weekend, so
people
be
then?
prepared. Our
Because
government
they're
gets hung
government?
this
Who
weekend.
cares?
Publicly.
Who cares?
Publicly.
You're supposed to be here for
And
the
Civil
people.
War will
We
start
pay
as
you.
of fucking
We
tomorrow.
pay you, not them. We pay you. Our tax dollars pay you guys to represent us, not the government. Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll pass on the message, and we're gonna do our best to.
That's not one message. Tell
Yeah, tell them to do their homework and learn the fucking laws and human rights. And the
Good.
treason
Tell them to fuck right off while you're at it.
attitudes. It's disgusting.
And then these guys can fuck right off while you're
It's
at
like, man, my freaking bank account got shit over with this crap. To find out it's illegal. It's illegal.
These guys are fucking supporting it and fucking coming here.
Sorry, don't like them.
But you should be out here fucking up and fucking charging her with fucking treason.
Right.
Good. Go fucking charge that cunt with treason because she's a fucking treasonous goat. Grab fucking Trudeau while you're there because he's a fucking treasonous goat too.
Grab Trudeau too while you're there. Oh yeah.
So what I said.
Back is real. People are tired of this. That's a short one. I need a longer one because I got to run out real quick and put some gas in the generator. I don't want to miss doing that one. This one is a 2-minute 40-second. I need one that's about 5 minutes long. Come on. Give me a longer one. There's got to be one here somewhere. That's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh, dang nabbit. Oh, all right. Well, actually, I'll just go ahead and run through these. If I lose power, I'll just switch generators real quick. So if you lose me, it'll only be for a couple of minutes. All right. Just so you know. All right. This was a good one here. Fonnie is screwed. Trump does this every stinking time. Every time the walls are closing in, Trump sets the precedent and then exposes corruption. How are people not seeing it yet? How many times will it take? Teflon Don strikes again. Here we go.
In Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade says he found evidence contradicting their testimony in court. DA Willis told the court last week that she and Wade were not dating until April of 2022, after he was hired. But the private investigator says phone records show more than 2,000 calls and 12,000 texts between the two, and the cell phone data shows his phone near Willis's house several times in 2021. We asked a legal expert why this could be important.
If they lied to the court, this can be referred to the Georgia State Bar for disciplinary action. Theoretically, the judge could hold them in contempt of court and also submit to another prosecutorial office for perjury charges. That seems unlikely, but the discipline by the bar seems quite likely should this be proven as a lie.
In Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade says he found evidence contradicting their testimony in court. DA Willis told the court last week that she and Wade were not dating until April of 2022.
So it's this is all going to come to a big head. I think it's going to be a big thing. Elon put this out this morning. It's Meta staff found Instagram tool enabled child exploitation. The company pressed ahead anyways. And yet at Disney spends billions on advertisement with Disney. I wonder why. I wonder why. I thought that this was adorable. And I want to share this with you guys because I just, it was lifted my heart to see the youth of today. All right, here we go.
Okay, what? Westchester County Police.
No, he wants to pray for you guys.
Oh, yeah. Pray for us. Yeah, we would. Here, I'll hold their hands. You hold this. Oh.
Go ahead, say it. Well, somebody got to hold his hand too. No, I'm holding this stuff. Go ahead.
Don't let them do bad stuff or let them do good stuff. In Jesus' name, hallelujah.
Amen.
Okay, what?
Kid just wanted to pray for the cops. Can't play that one because it's all medical. This one here. My friend recorded this video near my home depicting what seems to be the military arresting a citizen. Could anyone provide clarification on this matter? Let's check it out.
Yeah. Scaring me. Yes. Keep coming, stop. The other niggas walked
Take
off.
your hands, put them on top of your head.
Oh my god.
Do not move, okay? You understand me? Okay, I know.
That's FBI? They look like the army.
Yeah, they are.
No. Hey, take your name. Put them on the black hoodie. That's the Spanish one?
No, that's not this one.
Yeah.
So I didn't get where any mention of the name of the town or anything like that. But yeah, it just seems kind of peculiar. So I want to start with well, actually, this video is responding to well, I'll play the other video after, but take a listen to this.
Closest president I can find to Trump, closest family I can see to Trump is John F. Kennedy, closest. I think those two to me are very close. Neither one of them have a nice resume. You know, they've done some stuff in the past.
Well, sure. You had a relationship with Ted Kennedy. I'm not a fan of his, but interesting.
So I had a very good relationship with him for some reason. I mean, we were different in terms of philosophy, but I did him a favor. It wasn't such a big thing, but to him it was a big thing. I was able to help him on something. And for some reason, he really liked it. It was quite important to him. To somebody else, I'd say maybe it wasn't that important, but it had to do with his family, and I helped him. And he was very loyal in that sense. And I got along with him very, very well.
The same people hate Trump. Trump and Kennedy politically, believe it or not, are more similar. But, you know, Kennedy was a proud Second Amendment NRA member.
John at the time, right?
So you had John Kennedy Jr., letters from Reagan.
JFK Jr., that's exactly correct. John Kennedy was right here. I got to know John Kennedy very well. John. Fantastic. I think he would have been president. I think he was, you know, he was selling, he had a magazine named George, and he was going to be selling that. He wanted to get out. His mother wanted him to go into politics really strongly. He wanted to be an actor. And he loved the concept of being an actor. And he was a handsome guy, very handsome guy. And
Do I have the sexiest man in the galaxy on the phone?
I think he probably would have been good at whatever he wanted to do. He was with Caroline. They fought like cats and dogs, but they loved each other. They fought, and then I'd say, this isn't going to work out. And then you'd see them hugging and kissing, right? So, you know, they had a rather volatile relationship, as the expression goes. But it was fine. It worked. And then they got onto that plane, and it was just a disaster.
Till today. Let's go November of 1963 till today, right? That's 60 years. From the last 60 years, from your perspective, give me the 5 agencies, individuals, organizations that have destroyed America the most. The 5. That's
Military, industrial complex.
He was getting ready to, I think he would have run for the Senate from New York or someplace, but probably New York, and wanted to do it. And he was all set for that. And his mother really wanted him to do that. And
okay, which one of these loves Trump?
Yeah, I don't think they do.
That's the point. The
Yeah,
point
I see-
I'm trying
I see
to
your
make
point.
and I think he probably would have done well, and he would have gone on. He probably would have been president. I think he would have been president.
Never thought of running for office? That had to come up in some discussion somewhere.
There is this great weight of expectation and anticipation.
Listen closely to what Trump says.
For November, we have to get out and vote. We have to win by big margins in Iowa. As I said, I got the largest margin in history by double. And New Hampshire, the same thing. We had the most votes in history, more than John F. Kennedy. Think of it. He's right next door. We got many more, thousands and thousands of votes more than John F. Kennedy. That's a great honor. For November, we have to get out and vote. We have to win by big margins in Iowa. As I said, I got the largest margin in history by double. And New Hampshire, the same thing. We had the most votes in history, more than John F. Kennedy. Think of it. He's right next door. We got many more, thousands and thousands of votes more than John F. Kennedy. That's a great honor.
He's right next door. There's too many things are lining up for it to be one thing or the other, so we think. But, you know, we have to remember that, you know, there's no such thing as coincidence. Everything is a calculated move. Everything. Whether it's the left, the right, or the darkness, everything is calculated. And right now, the light is making calculated moves. We've been making calculated moves for since 2017, and we'll continue to make calculated moves until this is over. This was very interesting. Stephen Miller and Tucker Carlson last night. Let's take a listen.
Watch us ruin him. Watch us destroy him. And even if he gets into office, as he did in 2017, watch us launch a soft coup day after day after day. And then in 2020, if we change the whole rules for elections, if we change how everything's run, if we break every single law in the key swing states about how elections should be run, watch none of our secretaries of state go to jail. None of our officials, no one implementing the system. The only people who will go to jail are the ones who deign to go to court or to a legislature to seek a redress of these grievances. And then finally, watch us violate the 8th Amendment in plain view against excessive fines. Right there in the Constitution, our founders feared it, deeply feared it. Watch us violate the 8th Amendment and nothing will happen. And judges will be petrified, terrified to even think of siding with Donald Trump, lest the left go after them too. This is a tutorial in who runs this society and how decayed our democracy is.
And he's 100% correct. Most of these guys are chicken shits. All right. Just 100%, you know, this is Miguel Ifornia. I love this guy. I actually have every song he's ever done downloaded on my computer. Every single one of them. And I thought that this would be extremely appropriate.
I would not run if President Trump ran.
Oh, Nikki, it's time to go away. Nimrata Haley is the cheating kind. When her husband's gone, she likes it from behind. Aging housewife, it's not that smart. Like a high-dollar hooker, she will play the part. She's hurting her family, but she don't care. When her man's overseas, she'll have an affair. It's not right.
We have to nuke them. We have to nuke them now.
She's extra dumb, it's why she's called Bird Brain. A money laundering scheme that they call a campaign. Oh, the never Trumpers losing every state.
Just look at it.
They're fighting against making America great. A war-loving rhino, you're so easy to break. Taking on MAGA was your biggest mistake. Oh yeah, watch out. The political whore keeps collecting a dough, banging guys in the back of a car. You know she might be stinking.
This is a woman who will send your kids to die so she can buy a bigger house.
Lie after lie, 30 years past her prime. Everyone's laughing, her lifestyle a waste of time.
My focus is on getting pummeled in South Carolina, Michigan, and Super Tuesday, because that's one thing I know about
Nimrata.
getting pummeled.
Farewell. Trump 2024.
You know, there used to be laws, okay, on military bases, you know, that if you had an affair on your spouse, that you would be charged. Now, that was the servicemen. If the servicemen were caught cheating, they could be charged. It's against the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Unfortunately, in the 80s, the UCMJ no longer covered what their spouses did while living on the government's dollar, you know. And Nikki it's been reported that she's had over 20 affairs on her husband over this period of time. You know, frankly, you know, yeah, just, yeah. Tara Bull put out, Thomas Macy says only those who pledge allegiance to the U.S. Constitution and renounce allegiance to any other country should be able to hold a Senate seat. Do you agree with that? Absolutely. If you are a dual citizen, you should not be in politics in this country at all. Not one bit. Not a little bit. Now, I want you guys to see what happens with Red Bull. How many of you guys drink Red Bull? I'm going to share something with you that is going to be, well, take a look. Let it play again. Do you see what I mean? Yep. You go ahead and keep drinking that Red Bull. Yep. Okay.
Say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more. You will find there an extraordinary information. There will be two big buildings in the land of Edom, which today we relate the word Edom to America. And those are the biggest, the tallest buildings in the world. And they will be brought down completely. And that will be the sign of the beginning of tremendous wars that will end only in the coming of the Mashiach. 1 week before, one of the great rabbis in Israel, Hasidic rabbi, he came with some people, some of his disciples in the car, and they were coming towards the evening. He didn't want to lose the time of mincha, the prayer of the afternoon. So he said, please, can you stop right here? I want to daven, I want to pray mincha here. They prayed mincha with minyan in front of everybody passing in Manhattan, where? Right there, near the World Center. After he finished the davening, the prayer, he said, say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more. Say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more.
How could Muhammad Atta's passport survive the fireball explosion that supposedly cremated him, fly out of his pocket, fly out of the incinerated plane, flutter to the ground into 2 feet of debris, and end up in readable condition in the hands of investigators, all within 48 hours? Why did 19 Muslim men even need passports on domestic flights? How were passports found but not the plane's voice recorders? Why did the hijackers need passports they would never use again after their suicide flights? And why were the 19 accused Muslims not under surveillance on 911 if they were so easy to identify? The conspicuous trail of planted evidence continued 3 weeks after the 911 attacks, when anthrax letters killed 5 people and were clearly worded to throw the blame on Muslims. It has since been proven that the anthrax came from a U.S. Army lab and was never mailed by Muslims.
Yeah, just little things that are coming out bit by bit by bit. So, armed FBI agents stormed into Chris CUNY's, I believe that's how you pronounce it, home for being at J6. CUNY is a decorated war veteran. He helped Capitol Police clean up trash. He did nothing wrong, yet here they are treating him like a terrorist. Meanwhile, illegals are murdering Americans. And the woman is standing out here with their child while they're going in there after her husband. Yep. Piece of trash going in there to pick him up. Yeah, pieces of trash going in to pick up a good man. Trump Latinos, what's going on in D.C.? Retweet, free all the J6ers.
What's going on, everybody? It's Trump Latinos here. Listen, we in D.C. out here outside the jail with the Jan 6ers, man. Look what we got to deal with. The Democrat Party just can't stop.
I really fucking sucks. I know that you saw that Target one that they made fun of you. That was the best thing that ever came from you. Tonight's gonna be a true night. Aren't you supposed to be famous? Why are you taking videos of us to put on Twitter? That seems beneath you. You should be putting actual celebrities. Is Tommy smoking a cigarette? Bro, you're so fat. You're gonna fucking die from that. No.
Free J6! 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 Free J6!
So that's the kind of stuff that the people at J6 got to deal with is those, it was, Bobby says, hey, Dr. Z, your girl Carrie Cassidy has it bad for Phildo. She is now sharing his lives. She is a nut job and I'll never watch her again, but she seriously is all in with a pedo. In what her chat is fighting and split between Phil and defending a pedo. Just thought of you when I saw it. I told you that she was no good. Well, I actually responded to this as well. I don't know what the heck I did with it. That was me sharing something. I was being an idiot. Let's see. John Podesta was caught emailing a billionaire for a slice of pizza code for child. This is actually pretty good, and I thought you guys would.
I'd rather explain this once properly so I never have to explain it again. So 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, Joe Biden hired this guy to be in his White House as a senior advisor, John Podesta. And this man Podesta had his emails leaked by WikiLeaks back in the 2016 election cycle. And it showed him corresponding with a billionaire, Herb Sandler, who's no longer alive. He passed away. This billionaire, Herb Sandler, and they were talking about what many people believe is child trafficking. Why was a billionaire ordering a slice of pizza and boxes of cheeses from somebody as busy as John Podesta, who at the time was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, before that worked in the Obama White House? And again, for the last 2 years, he's been one of Joe Biden's senior advisors. And even to this day, about 8 years later, people follow me around the internet trying to silence me for my part in covering those emails. Again, why was John Podesta emailing a billionaire about delivery of a slice of pizza? Can't a billionaire just call Papa John's or Pizza Hut or maybe even Little Caesars? Aren't there enough options for pizza? Why would somebody like John Podesta be willing to do that? Why would he hand deliver boxes of cheese and yummy little slices of pizza to somebody across the country who, again, is a billionaire? Doesn't make any sense unless it was a code language. And those WikiLeaks emails have actually disappeared from the internet. It's one of the biggest unsettled mysteries of all time.
Yep. Just a refresher, guys. I already know you know a lot of this stuff. So, okay, this is by Concerned Citizen in London, UK. More shops are requiring a QR code simply to gain access in order to buy food. This is happening now. The medical scam allowed for digital infrastructure to be installed for next stage of Agenda 2030. Digital ID and CBDC are coming. Both will be mandatory for, and let's check it out.
So look at this. You're in London, you're on a business trip, you're staying in Greenwich, and you want to buy some food. So you go into the local Aldi's, like this one, and you think, I'm going to go in here and buy some food so that I can feed myself. And then you approach the barrier, and look, you can't even get in the shop without having a QR code to scan here, or to scan here, and then you can go and buy things. Now this looks to me like the beginning stages of the digital prison. So look at this.
So, yeah, those are things happening over there. This I thought was really good. This was put out by the Punisher today. This is about mega churches.
I was raised as a Catholic, but I wouldn't really describe myself as religious today. I had never heard of things like mega churches or televangelism or the prosperity gospel. That was until I stumbled across an infamous interview.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial.
You've got this journalist that is confronting this guy called Kenneth Copeland.
You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Copeland is being confronted about his purchase of a Gulfstream jet. And it turns out that that jet is just one of a fleet of jets that he owns, along with a boathouse, a mansion, and his very own airport. This is a preacher that is supposedly worth hundreds of millions of dollars with an enormous following. And you're telling me that he is just one of many. This entire thing is a rabbit hole.
Pastor what is now the largest church in America, weekly sermon watched by more than 10 million viewers on television.
The apostles were businessmen. They were rich men, had plenty of money. I'm going to show you that Jesus was a wealthy man, had plenty of money.
One of my chandeliers costs more than most people's house. I got 22 chandeliers in the house.
They're extremely greedy. They don't need mansions. They don't need jets.
God told me to have that plan.
Any religious leader who speaks the word of God, who has more than one suit, while someone has no clothes, is a cop-out.
Yeah, you know, Larry, I just don't see it that way.
For $54 million, I want you to imagine how many people could be fed.
Oh, how
many homeless could have places to sleep.
The fresh pepper ball. Fresh.
You hearing me? Televangelism is still thriving in this country.
If you were willing to pay the price, you could talk directly to God.
When I remember my own personal experiences inside of a church, what comes to mind was definitely not this.
Hey, everybody, give away everything you have and take all of me.
At times, it's like a concert, and when the preachers come to preach, it's like a celebrity has just taken to the stage. Everyone is worshiping together, they're smiling, they're joined in their faith and devotion. What we're witnessing is something called a megachurch. By definition, a megachurch is just a church that has a larger than average congregation, normally of 2,000 members or above. But when we think of spirituality or forms of it, there's normally a distinction between spiritual duty and materialistic desires. Now, I'm not a theologian and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but even I remember verses from the Bible when it came to wealth and building riches, that it wasn't viewed favorably upon. But if my memory is correct, then what was I witnessing in this interview with Copeland? And moreover, some of these preachers. So you've got this preacher, Kenneth Copeland, who founded the Kenneth Copeland Ministries along with his wife, Gloria. They own a $7 million home, a fleet of jets, and their Eagle Mountain International Church has a membership in the thousands, not to mention their television and online broadcasting. Then there's Jesse Duplantis, who sat with Copeland as they both justified their purchases of private jets.
Then the second one I purchased was in January 2004.
Benny Hinn, who claims to be able to perform miracles, who fills up stadiums and broadcasts it on networks worldwide.
I release it.
Joel Osteen, a very popular figure, especially in Houston, Texas, where his church resides, who's authored books that have been on New York Times bestsellers, as well as hosting church services with celebrities like Kanye West. Creflo Dollar, who has created fundraisers for his private jets, whose ministry owns 2 Rolls Royces and expensive real estate to boot.
God is the gateway to the world of wealth.
There's this Instagram page which is called Preachers and Sneakers, and it's literally just preachers next to the cost of the clothing that they are wearing. Something just isn't right. I keep asking myself how, right? How is it possible to be this braggadocious about your wealth as a preacher and have your followers who not only are okay with it, but help to fund it? And that was when I found out about the prosperity gospel. What we're looking at is a movement that has seemingly found its way inside of America's biggest megachurches and being taught by its biggest preachers. The Word of Faith movement is its name, and its teachings are often referred to as the prosperity gospel. It's a simple idea. God wants you to be prosperous through your finances, your health, your marriage, and relationships. In fact, those are things that belong to you through your faith, if you are willing to receive it. The prosperity gospel often refers to its believers as little gods. The idea being that we were made in the image of God and therefore possess a level of divinity within us that allows us to bring into existence the prosperity that we've been promised.
You are God's, little g. You are God's because you came from God.
And your DNA and Jesus' DNA are exact. You're exactly like it.
It sounds amazing. So how do I earn this prosperity? How do I access this divine power that I supposedly have? Well, it starts with your faith.
But if you'll stay in faith, there will come a point where God will say, enough is enough. It's payback time.
The Bible says, I know you love the Lord. So you qualify for prosperity.
Next, you have the act of tithing. The initial concept of tithing was this idea that you give 1/10 of your wealth in some way, shape, or form to a religious organization. Most houses of worship are going to rely on the donation of their congregation in order to continue their operations, especially megachurches. It is kind of like giving to a charity. But tithing, through the teachings of the prosperity gospel, introduces should we call it a plot twist?
Tithing lays the foundation for financial success and abundance.
Tithing is the way for recession or depression to bypass you.
Here, Stephanie from Maryland writes, I sent in my first fruits offering. 2 weeks later, I received, watch this, $2,400.
So now it isn't just about donating your money to a church. It becomes a case where you're exchanging your money in return for actual prosperity. You'll often hear some of these prosperity preachers refer to it as sowing your seed. The implication is pretty obvious to anyone who is watching. You give us some of your money, and in return, that value will be given back to you in some way, shape, or form. It's the harvest.
I want you to go to the phone or online and sow a seed. Now remember,
somebody's son is going to be set free from alcohol because of your $1,000 seed.
And I'm going to ask you to sow an exceptional and uncommon seed of $1,000.
And click on that donation button to sow $1,144.
So God is giving you the harvest, and the harvest of the seed you sow. You can't expect a harvest if you don't sow seed, spiritual, physical, or financial.
It's surreal, and it generates a lot of money. On January the 12th of 2008, Kenneth Copeland Ministries took possession of a Gulfstream jet, which was funded all thanks to the donors of his church. In fact, KCM wrote a blog post thanking their followers for helping them, quote, harvest the Gulfstream. But our work is not done. To which the blog then proceeds to remind their followers that they still need $17 million more, which will be used for the quote, sowing towards the construction of a new hangar, upgrading the existing runway, and purchasing special Gulfstream maintenance equipment. Or how about Creflo Dollar's infamous sermon, to which he tells his congregation to help him fundraise towards a private jet, all to the response of cheers and applause from the audience.
If I want to believe God for a $65 million plane, you cannot stop me. You cannot stop me from dreaming.
See, Copeland and Dollar's pleas for money, they're not met with criticism and backlash from their congregation. It's celebrated. And prosperity preachers will obviously say that this aids in their quest to spread their message across to different countries.
If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing.
Conveniently, that message obviously allows them to make even more in donations. But these preachers, they don't just live lavish, right? They put it on full display.
You think Jesus Christ would roll around in a Rolls Royce?
I think he would. Let's get a close-up of Gloria's ring.
Where am I looking? Right here.
You fly in a private plane.
Yes, I do.
You're staying right now in one of the fanciest hotels in New York City.
Yes, I am.
You wear
Nice
very
clothes.
nice clothing. So
The wealth of these preachers, they're not seen as gross or hypocritical. In fact, they're seen as proof that the teachings work. It's seen as them actually practicing what they preach. The extravagant lifestyle, that's not a mistake or a flaw. It's a feature of the prosperity gospel. Many of these preachers will say that the funds that they received are used only for ministry purposes. Osteen, for example, says that he doesn't receive any salary from his ministry and all the money he makes comes from his book sales. Look, in some ways, I don't really care if a ministry wants to buy a private jet. It looks optically hypocritical, but I'd rather let theologians argue over the contradictions that those actions have with actual religious texts. I'm more interested in how the money is generated, and it doesn't get more unethical of a promise than it does with the prosperity gospel.
If you're accustomed of giving $10, go to 20. Go up to 70, 80, 100. Raise that amount and watch what God will do, because
Don't you stop sowing offerings. Well, they won't let us go to church. Well, email it in there, text give or something. You get that tithe in that church, you get that offering in that church, and then you go home and you do what we're supposed to do.
This idea is no different than the law of attraction and manifestation circles that claim that you can use your mind to manifest any desire that you want. In fact, it's been argued that the prosperity theology does have similar roots to the New Thought philosophy that became popular in America in the 19th century. When I look at Osteen, for example, I don't necessarily see a preacher. I see someone who's more akin to a self-help motivational speaker that uses God as a proxy.
I am confident. I am secure. I am talented.
Take a look, for example, at Osteen's New York Times bestseller book, Your Best Life Now, which is filled with all of these kinds of ideas. So here's a quote from the very first chapter, Enlarging Your Vision. It's not God's lack of resources or your lack of talent that prevents you from prospering. Your own wrong thinking can keep you from God's best. And the book is riddled with these similar messages of becoming what you believe and the power of your words. It's a book like many others in the self-help genre. The connection isn't really that hard to see. But it's this sowing your seed message in the prosperity theology, the idea that you can donate to a church and in return you can, pay off your rent, pay off your credit card, that seems particularly stomach-churning. And now this is a message that is being exported from America to Europe and Africa. So one of Nigeria's wealthiest pastors is this guy called David Oyedepo, who is said to be worth $150 million.
We are not asking you to give so the church can be blessed. We're asking you to give so you can be blessed. Some fellow said, okay, I was worth $150 million. I said, that's an insult. $150 million, that's an insult. $150 million, too small.
Do they know what they're doing? A big part of me believes that Copeland and Dollar, they truly believe their intentions are good. Even for hundreds of millions of dollars, I can't imagine someone knowingly deceive and hurt other people without just driving themselves insane in the long run. That type of cognitive dissonance just seems too much to bear. But at the end of the day, I'm never gonna know what their intentions are. I can only ever see what the consequences of their actions are. And trust me, you haven't seen the worst of it yet. Benny Hinn. Hin is probably most well known for what he calls his miracle crusades. Hin claims to be able to perform miracles. He'll bring people to the stage with all sorts of illnesses, and then with the touch of his hand, they will feel God's power running through them as they fall back, and these catchers will catch them as they fall.
You had Parkinson's for 15 years. He says, oh, thanks for the anointing. Who are you?
People in the audience will cheer. There are others who are stood there in awe with their hands raised in worship. And Benny Hinn isn't the only one that does this, right? This is a really common practice amongst the prosperity gospel circles.
Glory to God. You're not bound to this chair. The day will come, you'll walk out of it. In the name of Jesus.
What is it that we're really seeing here? Is this an actual miracle?
I would know that there were certain things that were completely deceptive.
Costi Hinn is the nephew of Benny Hinn, and he's worked with his family, sometimes as a catcher himself. In 2017, Costi Hinn came forward with a testimony of his time spent in Benny Hinn's ministry.
The responsibility is to look really good, look really blessed, sell the narrative, make all the money, and say, look at my life. If you give to this, if you follow it, if you obey it, and if you do what I say, God will do it for you too.
He described the lifestyle that he had whilst working with his family. We lived in a 10,000 square foot mansion guarded by a private gate, drove 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, vacationed in exotic destinations, and shopped at the most expensive stores. Costi Hinn really believed in what he was doing. But he only had doubts when he started finding contradictions in what he was teaching and what he was finding in the Bible. Grace Brulard was 8 years old when she was featured on an episode of CBC's The Fifth Estate in 2005, an episode that was specifically investigating Hinn's ministry.
If you could have a miracle, what would you want it to be?
I can walk.
Just walk. Is that what you want, Grace? Just to walk?
No, just to walk.
Grace's mother brings her daughter to one of Hinn's miracle crusades, and just as she's about to go to the stage, she's intercepted by what are called screeners who tell her to step aside. According to that documentary and an insider, the job of the screeners is to screen out the people that are severely sick and ill. There's the story of Justin Peters, who is an evangelist himself and was born with cerebral palsy. During the Fifth Estate's investigation into Hinn's ministry, they attempt to get Peters to go on stage as well, and just like Grace, he is also intercepted by the screeners.
Our hidden camera shows Justin being stopped by a screener. Watch as Henry Hinn whispers something to her. Then Justin is told to step aside.
In another documentary from 2001, HBO were given full access to Hinn's events and were even allowed to follow several cases of supposed miracle healings. These are people that actually managed to get onto the stage and claim they'd been healed. In one instance, the crew follows a boy called Ashneal and his parents as they're desperate to have their child healed by one of Hinn's miracles.
We're expecting miracle. We're expecting a miracle.
The Prakash family are recent immigrants to America. 10-year-old Ashneal is their younger son. 2 massive brain tumors have reduced him to a vegetative state.
We believe in God, we have faith, and there's nothing impossible for God.
Later in the documentary, Ashneal's parents actually attend the crusade, and they're brought on stage to have their child healed by Hinn himself. Hinn gets the crowd to raise their hands, and then he places his hands on Ashneal's face and says,
Expect the miracle. Dear Jesus, the Lord's gonna touch you, young boy.
Days after the event, and Ashneal still wasn't healed.
It didn't happen. I was not even discouraged. I know it's God's plan.
You know, I can stake my life on Pastor Benny Hinn's words. And God spoke to me last night at the Colosseum Center where the crusade was going on, and he said, donate him another $2,000, and which I'm going to do it. I'm going to do that.
Recently, I watched an event from Kenneth Copeland's Eagle Mountain Church, right? It's called Miracles on a Mountain. It's another miracle healing service. And in this instance, it was hosted by this evangelist called Billy Burke. And at one point, someone is brought out from the crowd. And I thought, hang on, I recognize this guy. It was Big Nick. who, for those of you that don't know, was an ex-member of the popular social media group, the Vlog Squad, which is headed by David Dobrik. At the event, Nick tells Billy Burke about his blind eye.
I'm blind in my left eye as well.
I know that. You told me that.
Billy then attempts to cure his eye.
Loosen that!
After all the theatrics, Billy then starts to wiggle his finger around. And then...
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. And Billy hears that and he continues like trying to help him. And then when he realizes it doesn't work, he then just tells Nick, recite chapters of the Bible every night for your eye to be cured.
So John chapter 9, your confession starting tonight and every night. You hear me? Tonight and every night before you go to bed. You ready? I was blind and now I see.
And the crowd cheers. It's like the miracle actually happened. Now, it's been about 7 months since that event took place, and I've looked through Big Nick's social media account, and there's no indication that his eye is healed since the event. So again, what are we witnessing when we see things like this? If we are to believe that these people aren't just actors, which I really don't think that they are, what is actually happening? Consider this. If what we're seeing is really a miracle, why don't these people go to hospitals and heal people there? Why do they need the lights and the cameras and the atmosphere and the theatrics to be able to do what they do? In 2011, Darren Brown ran this TV special program called Miracles for Sale. In this special program, Darren Brown, who is this self-described mentalist and illusionist, takes this ordinary individual called Nathan and attempts to turn him into a faith healer performing miracles in front of an audience. The idea behind the program was to expose the fact that what is happening here are not miracles, that it's just a product of psychology, the power of suggestion, and misdirection. Now, some aspects of faith healing are just pure trickery. Right? A good example of this is the infamous leg growing trick. The preacher Todd White is well known for walking around the streets and finding individuals who supposedly have one leg that is shorter than the other. And then miraculously, White will begin to grow out that person's leg right before our very eyes.
Thank you. In Jesus' name. Left leg, I command you grow. Right now, in Jesus' name.
Darren Brown teaches Nathan to do this exact trick because it's not a miracle. The leg growing trick is infamously used by charlatans throughout history. In fact, a quick Google or YouTube search will demonstrate how it can be done in several ways, one of which involves shifting the other person's shoes to make it seem as though a leg is being grown. If you speed up the Todd White clip of him performing this miracle and you just play it back and forth, you can literally see what Todd White is doing. But a big part of faith healing isn't just tricks like this. In fact, a lot of it is rooted in a deeper part of who we are as people. By the end of Darren Brown's special, Nathan is able to perform in front of a small audience of believers, and you can see that he too is able to, with just the touch of his hand, bring people to fall back as though they were touched by God themselves. To understand how Nathan, who is an ordinary guy, versus Benny Hinn, who claims to be able to perform miracles, can do what they're doing, you have to understand the power behind what they're creating in their shows. From the very moment it begins, you're joined by a crowd of people, united by a particular cause or belief. There are those in the crowd who are already in pain, who feel as though something is missing in their lives. When they're brought together, there is a sense of oneness, of wholeness, and unity. Just think about how powerful crowds can be and what it's like to be in one, especially when you're all joined by a united cause. You're then brought into this hypnotic, or more specifically, a suggestible and open state.
He wants to heal you because he loves you. You don't have to pay for it. Just ask for it.
The music rises and falls, stirring a wave of experiences and emotions amongst the crowd. Then you begin to create the expectancy for what is about to come.
All things are possible to him that believeth.
You keep the crowd in this heightened, aroused state of mind. And as the crowd is ripened for suggestibility, the faith healer acts almost like a conductor for the orchestra of experiences that people are going through. A leader amongst a crowd of people in a hypnotic, trance-like state is something that you cannot underestimate the psychological effect of. Then the healer begins preaching their message.
But don't look for the healing, look for the healer. Whatsoever you shall ask, that will I do.
The crowd is full of ecstasy. The joy in the audience is a deep feeling as though you're becoming a new person. You're connecting with that of which is above you. You expect that when the preacher lays their hand on you or shouts,
"Take it!
you will feel God's touch with it. You've been suggested and primed to believe that that is the case. And in being so connected to the crowd around you, the effects of social conformity are bound to take place. In this trance-like state, you go along with what the preacher's suggestions are. You do what you are expected to do. It's no different to what a stage hypnotist does. You know, the more suggestible you are, the more belief you have, the easier it becomes. And what's even more interesting is that in this heightened state of emotions, of euphoria, of adrenaline, it's very possible to feel symptoms being alleviated. It's possible, even for someone who is in a wheelchair, to momentarily be able to get up and walk around. But what we are really witnessing is just a moment of mind over body. The placebo effect is a well-known phenomenon. It's when a patient's condition changes after receiving a treatment that by no means should have changed their condition. For example, if a patient expects a pill to do something and is told by their doctor that it'll help them, even if that pill is just a sugar pill that doesn't do anything, it is possible for your own brain chemistry to cause effects similar to what medication might have caused. The key word here is expect. Because a placebo effect is mostly theorized to be caused by our expectations around a given treatment, expectations that we derive from culture and society. That's why a placebo that is given as an injection rather than a pill can be more effective. Or when you're given 2 placebo pills to take every day rather than 1, it can also be more effective. Because culturally, we perceive the latter of these treatments to have a bigger effect on us. That belief and expectancy can be so powerful as to have physiological effects on our body. And what more powerful expectation can somebody have than one that invokes their very own belief in a higher spiritual being like God, surrounded by others who share that very belief? What we are seeing is a placebo. This is why you'll never see any miracle healer or somebody that believes in the law of attraction be able to do anything that is beyond a placebo. It's why you'll never see them be able to restore the limb of an amputee.
And as I've watched your healing crusades, am I seeing anything that goes beyond placebo?
I've wondered why sometimes someone comes in and comes out of a wheelchair, walks around, runs around, and hours later, they're back in that wheelchair again.
The problem is, however, that those who attend the event and whose problems and illnesses are not healed at the event or return after the event start to blame themselves. That for some reason, God didn't want to heal them, that they didn't have enough faith. Remember Ash Neil from the HBO documentary? 7 weeks after attending Hin's miracle crusade,
Expect the miracle.
he passed away.
Do you feel in any way that Benny Hinn has let you down?
No.
Did you ever, in some of your worst moments, think that you must have done something wrong in the eyes of God to deserve this?
Yes, I know there's a generational curse. Maybe it originated from me or from my parents, because that curse lasts for 3 or 4 generations.
Who taught you that?
I heard it from Pastor Benny.
It doesn't square with the Bible at all. It's a complete scam. It's utter deception.
Increase your faith, increase your seed, and store up for the future, so that when these tragedies hit on earth, you will be spared.
It is a deception to a degree that I don't think I've seen before. And you have to sit there and look at this all and wonder, surely there's justice to this story, right? Surely somebody takes the fall. Surely there's a happy ending to it. Surely. In September of 2019, Benny Hinn comes out with quite the astonishing announcement.
And I'm sorry to say that prosperity has gone a little crazy. I think it's an offense to the Lord. It's an offense to say, give $1,000. I think it's offense to the Holy Spirit to place a price on the gospel. I'm done with it.
Benny Hinn had decided to leave the prosperity gospel. Hallelujah, right?
One of the best lessons that I could give to people is say, watch what they go back to. Watch what they give up and watch what they go back to.
Okay, so it's time to give to the Lord's work. It's time to sow seed in the Lord's work so God can bless you and reward you. Prosper. Now it's time to give to the Lord's work, because giving guarantees our financial protection
The problem is, once you've generated the type of following and business and reputation that Hin has, changing your ways becomes almost impossible. And more so because I genuinely believe that most of these prosperity preachers, they're not intentionally malicious, they've deceived themselves.
Even till today, I question, is this God or is this just me?
The reality is that most of the preachers that we've mentioned in this video are continuing their operations today. And when they pass, there's going to be a wave of new prosperity preachers ready to take their place. The message is an easy one to spread. It promises you health, wealth, and happiness. It makes you feel good. And what's not to love about that, right? Look at the comment section below, and you're probably not going to be hard-pressed to find someone defending Hin or Copeland or the prosperity theology overall. You'll probably find people claiming that they have seen miracles happen, or that by sowing their seed, prosperity really was given to them. And I'm not delivering any new message here. You know, prosperity theology receives a lot of criticism inside of Christianity and outside.
Hey man, you know you're a piece of shit, right? You know, right? Right.
Yet they'll still get away with their teachings because their message isn't for people who are cynical. It's really difficult to stop their more deceptive actions. The only thing you can do is go to those that believe in it and steer them away. And until that happens, the booming business of prosperity theology and faith healing will continue to flourish.
I don't know what you feel about the prosperity gospel, the health, wealth, and prosperity gospel, but I'll tell you what I feel about it. Hatred. It is not the gospel. And it's being exported from this country to Africa and Asia, selling a bill of goods to the poorest of the poor. Believe this message: your pigs won't die. Your wife won't have miscarriages. You have rings on your fingers and coats on your back. That's coming out of America. The people that ought to be giving our money and our time.
John Piper is just one of the many preachers and ministries that actively try and combat the prosperity gospel. And although Texas is home to some of the biggest megachurches, it's also home to the Trinity Foundation, a leading watchdog ministry founded by Ole Anthony that carries out investigations into some of the conducts of the biggest televangelists.
It was Ole Anthony, founder of the East Dallas Homeless Ministry Trinity Foundation, who masterminded the investigation and helped expose some of the top televangelists in the country.
You know, faith and religion are powerful things. Seeing the sense of hope that it can fill a person with, or the community and the purpose that it can inspire towards good causes. Now, I don't think anyone can look at those things on their own and say they're bad. A few months ago, I had burnt out from working. And when that happened, I felt very cynical about everything that I was doing. You know, what was the point? And what helped was having a sense of hope that those feelings would come to pass, and finding purpose in what I was doing, and spending time with my friends and family. Hope, purpose, and community. But hope, purpose, and community can be exploited. It can cloud your better judgment just because somebody dresses the part or sounds the part and invokes the word God. If you're somebody watching this that is a believer in the prosperity gospel, I invite you to think over and really question, could I be wrong? A healthy skepticism, I think, only motivates someone to find the truth, not drift further away from it. Seek, and perhaps you will find. If you think the world of prosperity preachers and mega churches is crazy, then my friends, you have to check out my documentary on New Age gurus. It should be shown somewhere on the screen. That is arguably where all of this kind of began to form and originate, and it is just a whole other rabbit hole in and of itself. But either way, my friends, it is great to be back. As always, hand to head, salute.
You guys would like that, because it's just every once in a while you just have to be reminded what these schmucks are doing all over the place. But this kid's got a message.
Little Kai here. This is Austin. He has a funny line. Austin, what do you want to tell Fox and Friends?
Bye-bye, Sleepy Joe, and hello, Trump.
Okay, Rachel. Little Kai here. This is Austin.
This is Austin. He's got a message. All right. Here we go. Let me read the comments first. Fletch17 says, now, wait now, Laura Trump, who is watching me? I'm liking this trend where we go one, we go all. Darkest before the dawn. And what are the odds? How come? I guess I got to open it this way. What are the odds? Intios posts this today. It's getting near dawn. It's darkest before the dawn. Always hang in there. Okay. And what happens? Lord Trump.
Break. We stand strong in our values and our principles and everything that makes us a part of the single greatest country that this world has ever seen. Never forget, ladies and gentlemen, that it is always darkest before the dawn. D-O-N, darkest before the dawn. See what I did? We do not bend, we do not break.
Methinks she follows Entheos. We're not even going to deep mess with Phil though tonight. Donald Trump met with Neil.
Nice to meet you. This is very deep pleasure to know you. It's an honor for me. Thank you for the work for me. I'm very happy. You are very generous with me. Thank you very much. It's a very big pleasure. You are doing a great job. Thank you. MAGA, make Argentina great again. Come on, let's have some pictures. Come on. Yeah, you look fantastic. Come.
Make Argentina.
Thank you very much. You are very serious. Very great. You were a very great president. And I won't forget you. I promise that. Thank you very much. It's going good. And I hope to see you again. We'll see you the next day. I hope so. Thank
One
you.
more. Can we do one more photo right
Make Argentina great again, Trump.
Make Argentina great again. Viva la libertad, carajo! Thank you. Have a good time. Thank you. Have a good time. Thank you. I'll see you again. Okay. We'll see you. This is a good place.
I'll tell you, if that's Robin Williams playing that guy, to not come out of character to meet with Donald Trump could be a very, very interesting thing, you know. But Robin was he was definitely a hell of an actor. But you know, a lot of people say it's Robin Williams who's playing that guy. He does have some very similar facial things and stuff, but and then there's another guy who's claiming to be Robin Williams too, that put some videos out. He's got kind of orangish blonde hair, older guy, and yeah. So, but if it's Robin Williams playing that guy, he's doing a heck of a job to not come out of character with Donald Trump, you know. JP. This guy puts out some good stuff, don't you know?
And back down to the threat of over 10 million people starving.
Well, I hate to break it to you, kid, but I don't think that'll bother him.
No. Over 10 million people could starve to death.
Well, between you and me, I kind of think that's what they want.
Really?
Yep.
Like they truly care that little about law-abiding citizens?
I think it's less about how little they care and more about how much they hate.
Whoa. New York is f***ed.
That's correct.
Hey, trucker for Trump, you're a fascist! And police, I hate you! You're making the streets terribly unsafe! Defund the police, you scumbag! Defund the police! Defund the police! Defund the...
Are you allowed to just shoot people like that? Looked like a zombie to me. It did, didn't it?
and back down at the threat of over 10 million.
Look like a zombie to me. Oh, Lord. So, Red Pill Drifter put out that numerous reports of South Carolina voting machines not working. Also, what are they wheeling out of the back door, and why does the camera look away? Actually, this is one that I want you to look at. Watch closely, and then wonder why they moved the camera.
Look how weird. Watch the
not target a series of crimes, which is what prosecutors ought to do. We're going to target a person, and they were rewarded for that. They were both elected, promising to target an individual. So if I'm a business in New York,
look how weird. Watch.
You know how when you go to talk to somebody and they know that they're doing wrong and they just kind of look all over the place like, duh. Yeah, that's what was going on right there. Makes you wonder. You know, yeah. And Jody Terry, you're right. He was known for being able to do that. Best damn video on the internet today. The New World Order wants you. Don't worry, kids. The NWO is just a conspiracy. Don't look into it. Just keep watching your manufactured entertainment and reading your mainstream media headlines. Here we go.
This new world order will be a new society and features lots of changes. This new society is great for some and not so great for others. In the new world order, you will learn to love to live more modestly. You do not need to own things when you can simply lease them from your loving government-approved companies. We will transform our current pollution-ridden cities to something much more beautiful, and you will love it. Life in the New World Order will be different. In this new perfect world, cash will be illegal. Everyone will be issued a certain amount of global credits, which will be the only way you can buy and sell in the new society. These digital financial credits will also be tied to your social credit scores. Your credit scores will become your digital footprint and will be used to control your travel, what you can buy, where you can live, your energy usage, medical excess. Everything you do will be in a government database. This is great. You will be issued more credits if you are good and promote our new system. Citizens will be given less global credits if they ever criticize the New World Order. If you are non-binary, a demented pedophile, can barely think, worship the devil, and help promote the New World Order, you will be greatly rewarded with extra credit each month. Since robots and AI will replace most jobs, you will have more time to play your favorite video games and watch more Netflix. This is so great. In the new society, parents will not be allowed to make decisions for their children. The government will raise your kids. Each child will be assigned a state-sponsored caseworker. These caseworkers will teach your kids that everything is racist, how to be queer or gender fluid, and teach them about all the different sex positions. If you object to your caseworkers teaching techniques, or if you object to the caseworker sleeping with your child, everyone in your family will be docked global credits, and your family could be relocated to a FEMA camp. Resistance is foolish. Meet Stacy. Stacy is one of our best caseworkers. Hello. Stacy could be in charge of one of your kids. How great would that be? In this new world order, it's important to follow the rules. Certain websites will be illegal.
Daddy, what is Infowars.com?
Whoa, crap.
Illegal! If you see something, say something. You as a citizen should report your neighbors if they aren't following the new rules. You have the power to make the world better. Caring, reporting, assisting, progressive, C-R-A-P, which stands for crap. You too can be a piece of crap and will be greatly rewarded. As we see here, This man misgendered a man lady. The police are dealing with him in the most fitting way. This offender seen here did not recycle his paper straws. If you don't like this, you will be sentenced to death by lethal injection.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Things will get so bad in our society. Your family will be begging for the New World Order. You will need the government in order to survive. In this new utopia, if you do not comply with our new laws and regulations, our totally not corrupt federal and local judges will make sure that you are given the proper penalties. Jail, financial ruin, death penalty, anything is possible. As we all adjust to the new normal, it's important to remember that you do not matter. Do not complain about the hyperinflation. Do not complain about the higher taxes. And do not complain about Bill Gates' death panels. This is for the greater good. This is what I call happy making time. Let us all celebrate this new world order. The new world order. Please stay a while. We won't keep you for long. We'll keep you forever. 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 Forever.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Lord. You just never know. You just never know. Oh, boy. Yeah. All right. Let's refresh to the top. All right. Dave Snedeker. Thanks. TW Audit. Just audited my followers for bots and fake followers. They found I have 8,197 real followers and 3,649 fake or low quality ones. Check out Twitter audit here. Yeah. Okay. All right. I guess seeing the fills all over the place, we might as well.
Sticker, Melbourne, Pine Tree Lane, on the efflorescence of the cement without twice thinking of obligatory red. Within precisely the tree unit down the road, inside of red velvet.
Purgatory.
Without reciting a single
Fern growth.
jizz. Abundance.
Media chemicals.
Now, on the other flip, within the river, the good God sits.
Perhaps.
Empathetically speaking.
Without remorse.
Now, four within.
The district covets. On the north side.
Availability.
For you, green.
On the parsnip, if you would perhaps be so kind to frame. Although
Some other cooks in the perpetrating north may think.
Conversely.
How the black spoke.
And the silver park within the right side exists.
Now, thinking.
For to get the red, without the slanted hope of frozen,
Hooded.
parsnips.
Now. Then, all of the
whispers. And forever within confines of humanitarian realms. There should be, at some point,
a vacuum that constricts all of the crisscrosses.
In the absence thereof,
we wind
and we shine, for there are and there will be
radios.
radios.
Plus all the QAnon stuff.
Light pole down the road across from the way of the Tiger.
Northwood Street Pines. Of the effervescence of the obligatory 45. The Dudley of
Container ships.
of the green ever of space into which thou art drugged. Deliver the mail horn of the evil red. Crossroads of the crossway. Concrete pillars upholding that of swings. 338 789. The cattails of fur. Well house of the fields to which They frolic through the meadows. Composure.
I need.
Sticks of old school. Begun coming from above.
Jewish flag wave. Amber waves of grain.
Oh. When leaves fall. Sign of the upcoming darkness. To which moss wraps around. Intersecting opinions of palm trees where the weeds grow. Down at Mandy's Minute Market with helicopters flying. Thomas.
8th.
Transformer. Decepticons. Are you here? Poodle. I can't do
Sometimes you just got to try to act like them, right? Yeah. So Country said, does anybody else know that their bottom line comes from treating the symptoms and not the sickness? It is also capitalizes on population living off fear. Yeah, that's 100% correct. Yep. I really don't want to go into all the Phil stuff, but there is so much of it. It really is. What the heck is this? Oh, let's see. Oh, Punisher put this out. It's
of 10 former Clinton employees that have mysteriously died. Number 10, Seth Rich. Staff member for the DNC who worked directly with the Clinton campaign. He had intimate knowledge of the DNC email servers, and some credit him with being the whistleblower that leaked the DNC emails to WikiLeaks. He was found shot to death in an upscale neighborhood in Washington, D.C. To this day, his murder remains unsolved. Number 9, Walter Scheib, former chef for the Clintons. He worked as a sous chef at the White House, while Bill Clinton was in office. The Clintons liked him so much that they requested he work as their personal chef after Bill left office. Scheib was a healthy and active man who liked to go hiking. In 2015, on a hiking trip, he slipped and drowned in a nearby lake. Number 8, Mark Middleton, a former Clinton aide with ties to Jeffrey Epstein. He allegedly worked as a middleman between Clinton and Epstein. Mark is shown on flight logs of Epstein's jet, and on 8 separate occasions was the person who checked Epstein into the White House. He died of a gunshot suicide in his own home. Number 7, Dana Hyde, prominent DC lawyer who served as a senior aide for both Obama and Clinton. She died due to turbulence on a private plane ride with 4 other people. The other people on the plane were all fine. Her cause of death was ruled as blunt force trauma. Number 6, Alan Kruger, an economic aide who worked for both Clinton and Obama. He was a prominent economist who sat on the Council of Economic Advisors. After leaving the White House, he consulted for Uber on their job creation plan. Kruger was found dead at his home in Princeton at the age of 58. Number 5, Vince Foster, a childhood friend of Bill Clinton and worked alongside him when he was the Attorney General for Arkansas. Foster would later become a White House counselor for Clinton and considered to be one of his most trusted aides. Foster was at the forefront of almost every scandal and even handled the Clinton family's personal finances. He died of a gunshot wound to the head. Number 4, Paul Tully. He was the director of political operations for the DNC. Tully had a part in every campaign since 1968 and worked closely with Clinton on his multiple elections. Clinton himself described Paul as a dear friend and trusted advisor. He died of unknown reasons in a hotel room in Arkansas. Number 3, Mary Mahoney. At the time of the Monica Lewinsky scandal, a Newsweek article was written implying that Mahoney could be another victim of Bill Clinton. In prior years, she had worked as a former White House intern for Bill. When news broke of their potential relationship, she was working as an assistant manager for a Starbucks in Georgetown. Shortly after the Newsweek article, an assailant attacked that very Starbucks and shot her to death execution style. She was 25 years old. Number 2, Ron Brown, Secretary of Commerce for Bill Clinton and former DNC chairman. At the direction of Clinton, Brown took a trip to Vietnam representing the United States. The purpose of this trip was to normalize relations with the communist country. An investigation was later opened into Brown regarding corrupt activities he took part in while on the trip. Brown allegedly cut a deal with the investigators and planned on giving up a bigger name for a reduced sentence. He never got to complete his deal as during a trip to Croatia, the Boeing 737 he was on smashed into the side of a mountain, killing him and 34 others. Number 1. Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone knows of Epstein, the millionaire financier who owned a private jet and an island used for the human trafficking of minors. Clinton was a close associate of Epstein and visited his island multiple times. Epstein would commit suicide in his top security jail cell. Footage of his suicide was mysteriously lost, and the guards watching him were conveniently taking a 4-hour break.
Really? Really? Seriously? You're going to give me that little spinny thingy? Really? You aren't you? They really don't like this stuff getting out there. They don't like anybody talking about Hillary. 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 Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, wow. A lettuce vaccine bill being introduced. House Committee, Tennessee Representative Scott Sapecki, University of California, Riverside, has already perfected the ability to put human vaccines into our lettuce right now. Yeah. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt anything anymore. On a very serious note, you will always be seen for what you're worth. That is true. Apart from a handful of genuine people who engage with me here, it seems the only other accounts that even bother to engage with me are bots or hookers. Maybe it's time to leave. If you're genuine, please give me a thumbs up. Eddie, I have no clue who you are. Never heard of you before. First time I've ever seen you on my feed. So don't complain, because if we don't see you, then we don't know who you are. Former head of Ukrainian Regional Military Recruitment Office has been caught with $1 million in shoeboxes. Yeah. But hey, they need $90 million from us. Yep. Or is that billion? 95 billion, I think it was. Is the, yeah. Look at that. Just absolutely look at that. Wow. Other boxes, just take that. Yeah. Pull that right on out of there. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, you guys got to think of it like this. If the dollar goes to zero, those dollars that they got won't be worth anything. It won't be worth nothing. They'll have all that paper to build a fire as their structure burns down around them. Okay, age of digital enslavement. This is like an hour and 10 minutes long. I don't know if I want to go here or not, because I don't really. This one I did not. Oh, Monty, you're funny. Monty just sent me a message. He must be watching us on his TV. He says, bots and hookers. I guess that's better than hookers and blow. All right on, Monty. It's good to hear from you, brother. I hope you're doing well. All right. Yeah, we'll stay away from the age of digital enslavement, because as you see here, there's a bunch of movie clips that are in here that would probably get us into trouble. And I'd rather not get into it. Hot damn, Philly, you're a moron. I hope you have plans in place to donate your brain to science. you really wanted to donate his brain to silent to science, that would be. Well, actually, science might learn something. So, tax his land, tax his bed, tax the table at which he's fed. Tax his work, tax his pay. He works for peanuts anyway. Tax his cow, tax his goat, tax his pants, tax his coat. Tax his tobacco, tax his drink. Tax him if he tries to think. Tax his car, tax his gas. Find other ways to tax his ass. Tax all he has, then let him know that you won't be done till he has no dough. When he screams and hollers, then tax him some more. Tax him till he's good and sore. Then tax his coffin, tax his grave, tax the sod in which he's laid. When he's gone, do not relax. It's time to apply the inheritance tax. Accounts receivable tax, airline tax, all the different taxes, dog license tax, all these taxes, fishing license, food license, hunting license, inheritance, and all this. Think this is funny? Not one of these taxes existed 60 years ago, and our nation was one of the most prosperous in the world. We had absolutely no national debt, had a large middle class, and mom stayed home to raise the kids. What happened? Can you spell politicians? I hope this goes around the U.S. at least 100 times. You can help it get there. Copy and paste it. Okay, well, I'm going to copy and paste it too, because I can. I think. Yep, there we go. Okay. And we might as well take the emojis too. Oh, dang nabbit. Dang nabbit. Okay, we're not going to take the images too. Because it's not, because you can't copy and paste and then do the images. You got to do it separately. Copy. And we'll go back to here, go to home, click in here, and oh no, home is where we need to be. Okay, go here, here, here. Let's break it down a little bit so that it's not all up. Wow, what a mess that makes, huh? Oh, wow, 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 wow. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done this now. I should have maybe waited. Yeah, I definitely should have waited. Definitely should have waited. Let's see. Okay. Wow, what a mess. What a mess. Why couldn't it, like, oh Lord. Okay, we're gonna hold off on this. I'll redo that later. Cut. We're gonna cut that. Because I think in order to do this, I think there has to be a certain way to copy it and paste it. I'm not really good with the copy and paste thing. Okay. Copy. Okay. And go back to here. And I think it's no, see, it only gives me that choice. I thought that there was a way that like it's paste as plain text. Oh, that worked. Okay. Paste as plain text. All right. Okay. We got it. Dang. Okay. Sometimes my brain works. Sometimes it works. Sometimes. Okay. Demarata SP Nikki Haley given her home state victory speech yet? No, sorry, Dave. No victory speech. She did give a thing where she wasn't quitting until at least until Super Tuesday is what she said. We're not going to get into the FG things. You know what I mean? They start this and just leave us, just like an old love. And I think that we're going to, I think we're going to end up seeing more coming out. U.S. debt clock has moved their secret window, by the way. I let me double check to make sure that it is gone and that it hasn't returned to the deck. Yeah. So, yeah. So they got to follow us on X on there now. Is what they have listed on there. So, so they're actually on X now. Spending the day posting dumbass comedy reels on TG. Why? Because his legal team told him to shut the fuck up, and he has to try to remain relevant and the center of attention because he's a narcissist. Also, to keep people away from the nonstop truth bombs dropping on X. Is this a video? I'm going to go upstairs. Debbie just being private. Okay. I can't. You can barely hear Debbie. Oh, Jerry. Yeah. Okay. I'm not even going to go into that. He's a fucking moron. He really is. Nature Girl put on the photon belt. Okay.
The intense light of the photon belt will activate the pineal gland and DNA, expanding consciousness and granting psychic abilities. The energy will cause all living beings on Earth to evolve to a higher state. Additionally, there may be several days of darkness and extreme cold. As the energy overwhelms our sun and causes it to dim temporarily, it is possible that electrical grids will go down, but after this period of transition, it normalizes. This will mark the beginning of a new golden age of peace, love, and harmony on Earth. She will thrive in the light and live in complete unity with nature and the cosmos. This will be an auspicious event that we must embrace without fear, because it represents a unique individual and collective opportunity, accelerated with open hearts, enlightened minds, and positive intentions.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that in our future. Let's see. Got to stay away from that stuff. Time Traveler puts out, when Trump is giving comms about phase 2, this is what he's referring to. Phase 1 initiates distribution of prosperity and R&R payments to the bank. Phase 2 is the release of those funds to humanity. Dollars deposited in an account in everyone's name, your motherlode account. I don't have an account, so how am I going to get mine? Reclamation, restitution, reparation, and redemption. All about, yeah. I don't necessarily believe all this. You know, I'm not going to go there because I'm not going to give anybody a hope that if something doesn't come out of it, that especially with all, all of us struggling as it is, I'm just not going to go there. We're not going to get into Yuval Harari either because we know he's an idiot. Let's see. I want to play that one, but I can't because I know we'll get snatched for it right away. But this, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop the link in here. He's basically stating that those who did not get the jab, who resisted at all times, have he does a shout out. Your heroes is basically what he's saying. not going to get into the ballots. Shock report: illegal migrant shares video explaining how his baby is a gold mine and a provider because the United States government pays for everything. That's why I don't work, because she is an American citizen. I have no need to work because, well, guys, this princess is being American, already receives a lot of money. Let's see.
Le presento a Charo Leonela. Miren esta preciosura, hermosa, bella. Muchachos, ella es la que me mantiene. Por eso yo no trabajo, porque el gobierno le da lo que le pertenece a mi hija por ser ciudadana americana. ¿Capichi? No tengo necesidad de trabajar porque, bueno, muchachos, como pocos, esta princesita ya, por ser americana, ya recibe mucho dinero. ¿Capichi? Y bueno, como pocos, muchachos, mírenla. Aquí ustedes pueden ver el arte hecha realidad. Y bueno, muchachos, muchos querían saber de dónde yo pago el dinero, dónde saco yo el dinero. Muchachos, la vuelta es tener hijos en Estados Unidos. ¿Sí o no, mi amor? ¿Sí o no, mi amor? Charo, mira, dile a estos seguidores que me dé un besito. Pero. Dígale, papá, muchacho, aquí está la mina de oro. La mina de oro. Charo, ¿quién es la mina de oro? Ahí está. Yo, diga. Yo. Ay, 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 ay.
Yep, just milking our system for everything that they can get. Don't forget, the people who force you to get the you know what to keep their job, to keep your job, let in 17 million that didn't get that, nor do they got jobs. Yeah. Building back better with the sign says you're fucked. I want to share with you my economic vision. Yeah. You know. Yep. Yeah. Just so much. Yeah. Thank you, South Carolina. Okay, so I got to turn that down while that's going on. He should be. Is he going to walk up to the microphone? Well, not yet. Did anybody catch a speech from him after his victory there? You know, because like I said, I don't think she got 30%. I think that a lot of what's that? Facebook is blocking Starsky Mooney's replies. Doesn't show there are comments inside. Wow, Facebook is playing games again, huh? Let's pop over to Facebook for a second and see what's going on over there. Let's see here. And I think I got to click this here in order to get to it. I shared a bunch of stuff on here today too, by the way, when I was going to lay down. Let me see. Can I hit the like? I can hit the, okay. I hit the like and it worked. Starsky, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why it's not letting you in there. By the way, thank you. I got your Cash App. Thank you very much. Okay, I shared this on there early today, and I want to share this with you. Here we go.
Individual see this video that you have chosen to see it today, but I heard the Lord say positioning. Matter of fact, I got this download from the Holy Spirit through my wife. She was just speaking this word in a prophetic word that was so powerful that I had to get it to you. But God is literally positioning you in this very moment. You've been thinking that God's going to do it one way, but he's coming to do it in a way that is very unexpected for you. God says, get ready for what's coming through, because what's coming through is unexpected. God's going to bring you an unexpected miracle. You're going to want to save this video that you can come back to it as a testimonial, and hashtag unexpected in the comments, because what God says next is literally going to cause you to go, God just said that your unexpected miracle is right here. He wants you to go within intimacy into me to be able to see what it is that he has for you in this season. I heard the Spirit of God say, are you ready? Let me know in the comments, are you ready? And if you're ready, I want you to share this with 3 people you know needs to hear this to bring glory to God. And remember, I love you. Although don't let just anybody see this video, but let the right individual.
Lots of messages of hope. Now, hopium, hope. This one here I thought was really important, and I want you guys to pay close attention to this.
I'm going under and I fear this time there's no one to save me. This all or nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to...
Just cutting the music off. Read what's on the screen. I'm gonna pause it. Okay, good time to text. Parents around? They're upstairs. Yes, I'm so excited to finally meet tonight after months of waiting. Are you sure we should? You are a lot older than me at 38. Baby, I know you're only 13, but you're a mature 13. Not everybody is going to understand that or understand our love. Remember to wear that pretty little pink outfit you look like a princess in. Now I know. Okay, baby, I can't wait to see you at the stop sign at 8 p.m. I bet. See you then.
My guard down and you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I met you in the dark, you lit me up, you made me feel as the night away. We drank too much, I held your hair back when.
Yeah, I wish I could play it with the song, but we'll end up getting a copyright for it. You know that. Kind of sucks.
God's gonna do it, and I don't know when he's gonna fix it. Yeah, I only know God's gonna make a way for me. I know he's gonna do it. You can help me sing your victory.
If that voice came out next to me on a train, I would have no choice but to join him. I would have absolutely no choice but to join him. That's just a whole lot of faith right there. A whole lot of faith right there. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Was there anything else in here? Okay. Yeah, no, I saw the comments, but I didn't see any from Starsky until he just replied something there. So, okay. All right, let's get out of Facebook because, you know, we can get stuck in there for a long, long time. Scary. UK government being accused of seizing homes supposedly for illegal migrants. In the UK, the government can offer to buy your property, and if you decline, they can just purchase it anyway and kick you out. And they have certain areas, like certain towns, that are for migrants only. Let's check it out.
Or offer price when they purchase your home. Oh yeah, this isn't just an American issue. I haven't looked into this whole Dutch thing, but it sounds a lot like what's going on in the UK right now. In the UK, the government can offer to buy your property, and if you decline, they can just purchase it anyway and kick you out. And they have certain areas, like certain towns, that are for migrants only. So I saw this one news story of a woman, she was an older woman, probably in her 60s or 70s, just bought the house in like November, got this letter January 12th, saying the government was seizing her property, here's their offer. And the offer wasn't even going to cover what she just purchased the house for a couple months prior. Not only that, but if there are any repairs that need to be done or that the government deems necessary, they will take that off of their offer price when they purchase your home. So they're going to force these people, and have started to force these people, to sell their homes to the government so that migrants can come and live there. And like I said, this person just bought her home back in November, and now January, the government is saying that they now own the property and she has to leave. So for everyone saying, I feel like it's gonna get bad if we don't do something about it soon, like, we're already there, babe. We're already there. As always, I look forward to hearing your thoughts about all of this down below. Do you think it's too late? Because personally, I do.
Yeah, it's kind of like eminent domain here in the United States, right? You know, if they want to put a highway through your property, you kind of have to let them, or they'll claim eminent domain and take your property anyways. Yeah, it's pretty much it. That video, you can find that on my feed, Viola. That is on my feed. I shared it just a few hours ago. So that is definitely there. Let's see. Keep going down. Asking for a friend. Why bother with taxes when they seem to have an endless ability to print money, which is absolutely correct. You know, I did sign that petition in regards to taxes because of the fact that, you know, it's if our taxes are being used to commit genocide in other countries and everything, we as citizens can be held accountable for that. And I don't want any part of it. So I signed that petition. Absolutely. This here says, return of the dove. Read every juicy word on here. Act a reversal of act. So crown declaration, crown no more. Australia listed on New York Stock Exchange. Their Australia by default is in the care of Donald J. Trump. Trump Executive Order 13818 and 13848, seizing assets of those involved in crimes against humanity and foreign election interference. New York Stock Exchange, Wall Street. All the central banks were seized in Operation Defender, Europe 20 and 21. Try this new invention and you'll never run out of clean drinking water. Blah, 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 blah. Vatican had the snakes chased away on St. Patrick's Day last year when 50,000 troops descended on Rome. Buckingham Palace empty. City of London bankrupt. Vatican empty and bankrupted. Pope told you that. Washington, D.C. empty and bankrupted. Yep, they are definitely bankrupted. No doubt about that. Let's see. Have you ever heard of a game called Werewolf?
No.
Everyone gets a piece of paper. It's either got villager written on it, but two have the word werewolf. Someone runs the game to make sure no one's cheating. And they go, okay, it's nighttime. Everyone close your eyes. Werewolves choose someone to kill. And the werewolves go, they say, okay, everyone close your eyes. It's morning time. Open them again. During the night, Francis was killed. There's then a conversation, and this is where it gets interesting, between all the villagers and the two werewolves over who the werewolves are. Then at the end of the day, the villagers have to decide who they're going to kill. And they say, well, we're going to kill Constantine. It's revealed by the person running the game, I'm afraid Constantine was a villager. And the game continues. The villagers win the game if they kill both werewolves. The werewolves win the game if they kill all but two villagers. And the werewolves usually win. The game was invented by a student of sociology in Russia who wanted to prove his thesis that an uninformed majority will always lose a battle of information against an informed minority. So that just shows when you have hidden information, you can completely manipulate a large group of people. Have you ever heard of a game called Werewolf?
No.
Everyone gets a piece of paper. It's either Interesting, huh? Interesting. Rain Wilson, human sacrifice, cannibalism, and pedophilia mockery, is an actor who played Dwight on the TV show The Office. Why was he posting tweets containing sick messages involving children? Why is he using chicken references? We all know what that means. Do I want to go there? No. Let's see what the White Rabbit has to say today.
Do try and find the clip of Bill Gates being interviewed where the host says, surely if we plant lots of trees, we can save the planet. And Bill Gates guffaws, oh, what are we, scientists or idiots? Well, we know you're not a scientist, Bill, so that only leaves one other option. Look, I always say the same about Hillary Clinton, particularly when she was Secretary of State and responsible for the murder of Ambassador Chris Stevens. In Benghazi. It's not that they're smarter, it's just that they're nastier. And that's why they're put in these positions of power, because they are the people who are prepared to do the nasty things for the powers that be, the Committee of 300, the Club of Rome, these people who believe that they decide how things are going to be. And actually, you don't really live in a democracy. They tell us which country to support, Israel or Palestine. They tell us that we should ignore the genocide going on in Palestine and support Israel, both militarily and financially. And meanwhile, we've got our own genocide going on, and we're not allowed to talk about that, so much so that the Office of National Statistics in the UK has rejigged everything so you won't see the excess deaths. So when you talk about excess deaths like me on social media, they'll go, well, she's a crazy conspiracy theorist. And you just look at the figures, look at the data, look at the science. There is no excess death figures. No, because you've changed it and hidden them. Then we were sending money to Nazis, the Azov battalions on the border of Russia and Ukraine. And then Putin gets interviewed very rationally with Tucker Carlson. He says that he would prefer Biden as president over Trump. Biden, the man sending money and arms to the Ukraine border to fight over Russia and Ukraine there in Crimea, which doesn't make any sense. And so he seemed very calm and went through a brief history of Russia. Meanwhile, our politicians are completely corrupt and likely pedophiles. And if they're not pedophiles, then they're on board with pedophilia because they were on board with this agenda. And we always wondered how it was linked. And of course it's linked. Our politicians, our leaders, they're not leaders, they're nasty, were on board with children being assaulted, it being videoed and then used as leverage to get those people who might not be on board with this genocide to comply. It's all force, and these people need to be stopped.
Yeah.
Do try and find a clip of Bill Gates being interviewed.
Smart girl. Smart girl. She puts out a lot of great content. Okay. Trump wins South Carolina with double the votes any candidate has ever received. Welcome to the Great Awakening.
You know, we're going to put this full here, but did you expect this to be projected so soon?
Well, we did, in some degree, expect this to be a pretty quick call. And a lot of insight goes into that. But in large part, we knew that Donald Trump had been very popular in South Carolina. He had really been cultivating his...
All right. Sorry, Meg. We do have Donald Trump speaking there. Let's listen.
I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina. So that's pretty good. So it's a record times two, and there's something going on in the country. Some really great things are going on. You look outside and you see all of the horror. You see millions and millions of people coming across the border illegally. We don't know where they come from. They come from jails. They come from prisons. They come from all sorts of places that we don't want to know. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. And we don't want that in our country. We're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for it. You have terrorists coming in. You have people coming in that we just can't, we can't do.
And he's right. They're coming in from everywhere. Just not right. CIC vibes. No. Trump's motorcade in South Carolina yesterday. Turning down the volume so we don't get in no trouble. Yeah. Don't want to get in no trouble. But this is not a motorcade for a candidate. I'll tell you that right now. Absolutely not. absolutely not a candidate's motorcade. Yep. And anybody believes that it is, they're higher than a friggin' kite. If you are reading this, this was meant for you. You are an absolute warrior. You may get down from time to time, but you have more eyes on you than you know. You are admired for being who you are. Don't forget that. God only made one of you for a reason. He knew he only needed one of you. Chin up and mission forward. And that is beautiful, isn't it? You know, it's crazy. I live 37 miles from the ocean, and I haven't been there yet. Yeah. Okay. And you know that she's going to have music there. So we're just going to have to la, 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 while she paints for us. And then we'll see how it goes in the end here. It's but we're going to stick around to see what she finishes anyways. Let me bring that up here so we can make it full screen here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Look at that. Beautiful artwork. Just beautiful. Been seeing a lot of talented people like that lately. I have a reading assignment for your benefit, bro. It's very much in the pocket with the encouragement you spoke. O.G. Mandino's The Great Miracle in the World, Chapter 9, The God Memorandum. It's an amazing 20-minute life-changing read. Great post. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Let's see. The Office of National Statistics has been caught red-handed manipulating the data on excess deaths. They are literally trying to hide the massive pileup of dead bodies. I love this woman, but I will not play her because she will get us into trouble if she's talking medical stuff. Now, if she was talking like about Piers Morgan and stuff like that, then we could go with it, you know. But, yeah, other countries are openly mocking Joe Biden on their TV. We became the laughing stock of the world. Saudis. Yeah, it's just the way it goes. Bush, Clinton cabal. Immediately after they pulled off 9/11, 2001, why is President Trump setting the legal precedents for holding former U.S. presidents accountable? Justice is coming. And I believe that is going to happen. Cat Turd put out, this is by far the funniest part of President Trump's speech last night. Oh.
The barn and go, and they take her behind the barn. In other words, once they take me behind the barn and go, and the fake news is saying it's wonderful. Then when I said, let him take me behind the barn, I hit him, so they said, oh, that's terrible. He's a fascist. Trump is a fascist. No, if we were ever behind a barn, I would look at him and I'd go like this.
You gotta leave it to be bad. Yep. When remember when Nick Cavuto lied to your face about the effectiveness of a certain medication? He said, I cannot stress enough, this will kill you. Many lost their lives because they were refused that. And the blue state governors banned doctors from prescribing it. Yep, I remember that. Yep. Okay, this guy, he puts out a lot of truths. A lot of truths. Let's take a listen.
Is a republic, but the word United States in law means a corporation, a privately owned company. And so all corporations or privately owned companies, by law, if you're incorporated, you have to have.
Hold on, Ganja. What's that British lady's name? What is her name? If you could type that into chat for me, that'd be awesome. He knew right who she was yesterday when I played her little thing about Pierce Morgan getting fired. This lady here is asking. That's why I'm asking you. Hopefully he's paying attention. He's a driver, so hopefully he's not on the road when I ask him this. Katie Hopkins, yes, that's the one. Thank you, Wacko Smack. Thank you. There you go. Katie Hopkins is her name. Is her name. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, Katie Hopkins. Yes, she is awesome. You just absolutely gotta love her. She is just amazing. Okay, all right, let's take a listen to this guy. Here we go.
This country would call the United States of America as a republic, but the word United States in law means a corporation, a privately owned company. And so all corporations or privately owned companies, by law, if you're incorporated, you have to have a president. It's called corporate law. So you must have a president. And corporate law says if you're going to be a corporation, anybody can have a corporation, but you got to follow the rules. You got to have a president, a vice president, and a secretary treasurer. That you have to have if you're going to be a corporation. So today, there's a privately owned company in this country called United States Corporation. It was incorporated back in the 1870s. And it has a president. So Bush was the president of the corporation. Today, Obama's the president of the corporation. But people don't understand the United States is a privately owned company. It's a corporation. It does not represent the American people at all. It's a corporation. Go on the web or go to a library and look up the subject of corporations and look up United States Corporation. You will find the United States Corporation, which is headquartered in Washington, D.C., is a privately owned corporation. It's a company. And as any other corporation, like I said, they got president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, but it has nothing to do with America as a republic. It's a privately owned company. And Americans just go about their daily business, surrendering their sovereignty, surrendering their free will, surrendering their children, surrendering everything they have to a damn privately owned corporation, a company. So it's I don't know, the world is strange. But as I said in the beginning, the American flag is not an American flag, it's a U.S. flag. It's a flag that was designed for the corporation. And the stripes and the stars and stripes are totally different on an American flag than what they are on a U.S. flag. Another thing, I mean, it might not be of importance to people in other countries, but in America, you ask a person today in America, how many states are in the Union of America? They'll tell you there's 50 states, the 48 plus Alaska and Hawaii. So it makes 50 states. Actually, in point of fact, any good corporate attorney would tell you, no, there's 100 states in the corporation, not 50, because there are two states within California. Within every state, there are two states. There's a state of California, and then there's a California state. Cal State is a very familiar term to Californians. We have Cal State universities, Cal State utilities, Cal State police. We have California State. California State, and of course we in New York you have California or New York State. We'll say you'll go to New York State University or New York State Police, but there's a world of difference legally and lawfully between California State or Cal State New York and the state of. The state of New York is totally different than New York State. So it's a totally different thing. So it's a totally different government. So in America, in the United States, you have to understand that there's two different operations going on simultaneously, but the people have no idea. All they know is it's California. No, there's California State, which is the state itself, And then there's the state of California, which is a federal corporation operating within the state called California. So anytime you see state of Virginia, the state of Alabama, which is different from Alabama state, the state of means it's a federal corporation called United States, privately owned federal corporation, which is operating within the state of Alabama. So there's the Alabama state, which is the state itself, and then there's the state of Alabama, which is the corporation in Washington, D.C., operating within that state. And so it's a world of difference, but they're very specifically important to know. And when you're doing business, when you're in, especially if you're going to court, you need to understand, are you going to court under the state of Alabama or Alabama state? You know, the laws are totally different. But how many Americans understand any of this? How many Americans even care? Well, the reason why most people are not interested in the kind of information that I've been talking about for God knows at least 50 years. I started doing this back in 1959, and I started going public with my research back in 1980. So we're talking about 30 years I've been publicly talking about something, and 50 years I've been doing it. But the reason why my work is not as successful as I would like for people to know about what I'm talking about, a lot of people don't know. And the reason why is because my work has nothing to do with basketball, nothing to do with football or the silly, nonsensical, little childish games that they give us adults to play. You know, so Americans are famous for being infantile. We love to go out and have hamburgers and hot dogs and watch a ball game. And like with the kids. No, you're going out there because you are a kid. You are the kid. And you want to be entertained. So we go watch a ball game. Now, when I was a kid, when families would come over to visit my family, you know, after dinner, the men would always end up in the front room with the cigars and wine and talking men talk. And the women would be out in the kitchen or wherever and talking among themselves. So the children were always told, go out and play. You know, go play ball. I was smart enough, even at 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, to figure that they want you to go out and play ball. Why? Because they're adults and they want to talk about something adult that they don't want you hearing. And my first reaction was, and I always had problems with this, I would tell my dad, I don't want to go out and play ball. I want to hear what you're talking about. I want to hear what the men, I'm a man, I want to hear what the men are talking about. And well, it's not for you. This is not, it's on, and my dad would always say, it's on a need-to-know basis. You don't need to know. Go out and play ball. So that's today what our politicians tell us. You know, this is on a need-to-know basis, what we're doing. You don't need to know. You go out and play ball. So the way my dad would handle it is that we all, the kids all that were there loved my uncle, my dad's brother. He was great with the kids. So my dad and my uncle would get up and go out and play ball with us. So now, once my uncle and my dad are going out to play ball with, now the kids want to go out and play with the adult. Now it's fun. And about 5 minutes after we're into the game, of course, my dad would get tired. He has to go in. And my uncle would, a few minutes later, he had to go in. But the kids are now playing ball, and they're occupied now. And so that took care of that, to get the kids to go out and play ball. Well, the same thing is happening in America. This is why at all ball games, always, football and basketball and I don't care, tennis ball and soccer. I mean, America loves ball games because we're just a bunch of children loving ball games. But in all the ball games, you will always see movie stars. They will zoom in on movie stars who are there at the game, or the president's there, or the senator is there with his wife watching the game. So it's like, oh, the adults are out watching the game with us kids, you know. And they will have the president go out and throw the first ball. Daddy's coming out to play ball with us, you know. I saw through that crap a long time ago. I don't care who's at the ball game. I want to know what these guys are doing at 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to know what they're doing at 3 o'clock in the morning in their secret meetings, planning the demise of my country and planning the destruction of human freedom. I want to know who these criminals are. I'm not interested to see them at a ball game. I'm not impressed with their ball games. I'm not impressed with them. I'm trying to be a more realistic adult human being, and I don't like being played for a fool. And that's all America's doing, is playing everybody for a fool. It's about time we wake up and find out this ball game is over.
And it's crazy that this guy has been doing this since 1959. And most of his stuff has only reached us in the last 7 years, 8 years, somewhere around there. So very interesting. Let's check this out. Yeah, it's I hate it when they do this music stuff, it ruins it, um yeah, okay. Let's see, was there anything else on here? Do you believe Barack Obama began the downfall of America? No, I believe it was started long before them. I think that Obama just made the biggest steps in the downfall of America. Wait until Puffy, Epstein, Bronfman, Jay-Z connections drop. The hood is not ready, but there are many who have been complicit for too long. Save the children. Stop pedophilia. Yep. What Trump say at CPAC here.
November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their judgment day. Their judgment day. For hardworking America.
Yep. Judgment Day. And we can't wait. We cannot wait. All right. Scroll up in these real quick. Oh, okay. Wow, everybody's sharing that. Actually, I should go up here and click on Slow Country's name. See what he's got posting, because, he posts all kinds of stuff. They try to hide this fact. Haley Biden says, so on election night, well, actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. And because when I go here, then that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Hang on a second. Let me try this again. Open image in a new tab. How come I can't, dang nabbit. Okay, well, that'll work. So this is from Haley Biden. So on election night, when I knew something was very wrong, Jill Biden was on the phone yelling at state legislators and people who tabulate the votes to stop the count because there was a deal worked out. If Trump got too far ahead, stop the count to rush in fake ballots. She also put, so this is all on the same day, as you can see here. President Trump won that election, and my entire family knows it. The press is also covering up serious health issues that my father-in-law is facing. The plan is for Kamala to get a one-track ride to the nomination in 2024. I miss Trump, and my entire family and I are no longer on speaking terms because of what Jill is putting Joe through. I actually personally hear my ex-father-in-law talking about raiding President Trump in the White House. Joe knew everything. Don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. But thank you for sharing, Haley. These are old receipts. And this is, I can't read it. Let's see, it won't let me do it there. I have to copy it into a new one. And then taxpayer Barack Obama, president, name of spouse, Michelle Obama, married. $2 billion. You see that, right? Unreported income in tax years, So 2 billion and 1.3 billion. Wow. Wonder where they got that money from. Yeah, banks. The Royal Bank of Canada and the Royal Bank of Scotland were the two who were handling their money. Isn't that something? I should say handling our money. But this one here is the one that everybody needs to pay attention to, because I'm telling you, these are the little gold tickets. That's what was in those envelopes. I'm telling you. That's what it said. They knew back then. We knew back then. Well, I guess I can shrink that down a bit, huh? Let's see. Oh, that's a. We should probably get away from that, anyways. We could spend hours here. You realize we could spend hours going through X, and I know a lot of you don't have X anymore, and are still have not gotten it out there. Nice threats. Phil Godzlewski, Kelly Felix, Gold Company, Underestimated LLC, Dedicated Services LLC. What are you scared of? Why is Jessica Corbett Green lashing out at Marty Like Me now? The video briefly covered the sketchy situation 7K Metals and Sound Money LLC is in when Josh Anderson revealed its connection to failed Silicon Valley Bank. That's a good deep fake. Sarah Marshall says. Katie J says, has this been posted yet? Marty's video is not accurate, so I don't know what that's all about. Yeah. So they've been working together. This Kelly Felix has been helping Godzlewski get channels pulled down that have been talking about him, just so everybody knows.
Those who are genuine refugees, and that is determined again by the United Nations, will not be returned. Those who are illegal immigrants, will be returned. And it is customary international law for countries to receive their own immigrants back into their country. And if his right honourable gentleman is suggesting that we ever get to a position when you cannot return illegal immigrants to their country of origin, then he is proposing international chaos.
Who is that?
Those who are genuine refugees.
Anybody remember who that is? Anybody? 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 Nobody? I believe they called her the Iron Lady. Yep. Margaret Thatcher. That's right. Okay. I'm going to let this one play. This one here, I think, is very interesting because of the situation that I am in. And I know other people would, if they could, to get off the grid, would do the same thing. Let's take a look.
Hi YouTube, my name's JR. I just built the gasifier, so I wanted to post a video of it. Gasifier basically uses wood fuel to create a smoke or a vapor that you can then use in a generator or an internal combustion engine. So I'm going to start it and get it going and warming up, and then explain everything to you as it's warming up, and hopefully I can start my generator on it once it's all going.
I find this
rolled up newspaper.
I find this very fascinating. And he built this himself. Okay.
What it's doing right now is it has a blower motor attached to it that's pulling air through everything. And so as I lit that newspaper, it's drawing that flame into this tube and igniting the fuel that's in the fire tube from the top here. Now, hopefully what the goal is that'll ignite the fuel inside here, which is in a 4-inch diameter pipe that goes down into here. And then there's a basket at the bottom holding that fuel. All that I'm using is wood pellets for a wood pellet stove. They tend to burn pretty clean and they work pretty well. Okay, so that's got the fuel lit in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cap off my ignition port. And now the only oxygen that's coming into the system is through the tube that the fuel is in. So what I'll do is I'll grab the camera and I'll kind of explain to you what these different pieces are of the gasifier. So this main unit is a 30-gallon barrel that I have, and what it has a 4-inch tube welded into the top there that then goes down about 18 inches, 16 or 18 inches into this unit. And then what it does is like I said, it's burning in there. This front piece is just a clean out port. It's got a gasket around it. And then this is a shaker assembly. This handle goes in through this tube and interlocks to the basket so you can shake it and loosen up any charcoal and get rid of the old stuff before you light it with new fuel. I got all of these plans and everything from the FEMA booklet. If you want those instructions, they're free on the internet. You can just Google FEMA gasifier. And you can download it. I think it's like 85 or 95 pages worth of material. It's pretty long, but it's well worth reading. A lot of the stuff I did completely based off of those plans and based off of some ideas that I saw off of fellow YouTube gasifier people. So what's going on now is that burn that's going on in this main container is the smoke is being drawn through this pipe. Then I have a rubber coupler into this unit right here, which is an old Freon canister. And what it does is it's a cyclone filter. This is the inlet pipe, and this is the outlet pipe right here. This outlet pipe goes through the top of this canister all the way into about 2 inches off the bottom. So what it's doing is it's drawing the smoke in. That smoke is, in theory, spiraling around that outlet pipe, and it's depositing a lot of the water vapor and creosote and tar onto the sides of this canister, which then drip down into this drain, into this pickle jar that I have here. And so what I can do, so everything's still airtight. I have, if anything's been mated up together without welding, I've used high temperature silicone to seal those cracks and gaps so that everything here is airtight. So no oxygen is getting into the system at any time other than through the fire tube up here. And that's where it's supposed to get the air. So once it goes through the cyclone filter, it's pulled up through here. There's another rubber coupler. And then it comes down this pipe right here, down to the very bottom of this big ammo can that I have. This was an ammo can that had detonation cord in it. So it's pretty big. I chose an ammo can because it has the rubber seal, the rubber gasket all the way along the top, and it's designed to be air and water tight. So this comes in through the bottom, right there at the bottom, and then right above it I have, in the inside I have angle iron welded to the sides here. And that angle iron supports a screen which sits on that iron, and then that screen holds an entire
box full of sawdust, essentially. It's just like the cedar or the pine shavings that you get at like a pet store for your hamster. So this thing's full of sawdust, which acts as a media filter for cleaning out a lot of the other impurities that's in the smoke. Now, what happens next is that it's drawn up through this pipe right here, this outlet pipe, and it comes through here to this. This is just a 12-volt camping air mattress pump, essentially. And I have it, it's kind of bad. It's just wired right now to a little potentiometer or a rheostat that I got at Radio Shack. I ordered a bigger one because this one can't handle the amount of watts that this needs. So it gets really hot really fast. But essentially all that is that's connected to a 12-volt battery in my car. So that's going, and I can adjust how fast it goes based on what it needs, because when you first start it up, it doesn't need a whole lot of air being sucked through it. It only needs a little bit to get it going, and then you can slowly increase the amount of air that you're pulling through it. Okay, and then that just comes up to this little torch-like thing, and that's just so that the vapors can exit, and you can eventually light the smoke that's coming out of here. Right now it's just air. It just feels like smoke, cool smoke at least. And so I can eventually light this, and once I can light this and it stays lit, then I know that I'm able to turn on this valve, which then goes over to a manifold that I bolted right up to my carburetor on my generator. Now there's absolutely no gas tank on this generator right now. Actually, right here is where the gas line usually connects. So you can see there's absolutely no gas. Usually there's a gas tank that sits right on top. It's completely gone. I drained the float bowl so that I know there's absolutely no gas in there. And I have these marked exactly where they need to be. This is the fresh air and this is the vapor. So you do need to control the air to fuel ratio in here, because obviously it's not doing that through the jets and everything that it's designed for. So eventually, and it's a little breezy out today. I'm not sure if you can see this on the camera, but there is some smoke coming out. I wonder if you can see that up against my house. I'm not sure if you can see that, but anyways, so, and the barrel's getting warm to the touch. So usually it's getting a little hot. Usually this is about the time when I test out my the fumes that are coming out of the torch. Okay, and what I can normally do is I can just light it, and they're staying lit, but not for very long. So it's almost there. And you can't see it, unfortunately, for some reason. It's a very invisible flame. You can only see it when it's dark outside. But we'll give this just a few more seconds to go, and then it'll be ready to turn on the generator and fire that baby up. So basically what I have coming is I found on Amazon a rheostat that'll handle, I think it's 25 watts, which is what this will take. This is a 12-volt motor. It draws at most 2 amps. So that's 24 watts maximum rated power. So I bought a 25 watt, I think it's a 20 or 25 ohm rheostat. So it should be able to drop the voltage to about 1.5 volts or all the way up to 12 volts. If at 12 volts, this sucker really pumps out a lot of air. And actually I tried to start this thing with it on full blast, and it actually, it got too hot in the barrel and kind of backfired and belched up all the wood fuel out the top and put itself out. So that was kind of not a good idea to do. Okay, so I just lit the torch. Don't know if you can see the heat coming off of it, but it's staying lit. So that's telling me that we're ready to go and we can start up the generator, okay? So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna leave the fan on for just a minute, but I'm gonna open this one right here. I'm gonna come over here Gonna make sure my motor's on. I'm just gonna spray a little bit of starting fluid, and this should be able to pull it. Okay, it's running. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to turn off my fan and close that port. And this thing, look at that. We're running on wood. And what's strange is the exhaust that comes out of my generator just smells like a campfire. It's kind of funny. So it took me a little while. To get the oxygen setting right on there, and it's not entirely perfect yet. I still have to tweak it just a little bit to figure out the air to fuel ratio, but it works. It's running my generator, and if I'm good enough, I can plug in my saw. Let's see if I can kill it. So there you got it. I'm running my generator completely on the vapors that are produced by this gasifier. I'll put up some pictures of what the inside of this looks like as far as the basket and the shaker assembly and the fire tube that's going down into it. But you can already see that it's used up a little bit of these pellets. You can kind of start to see the fire tube there. But basically that's it. All in all, I used a lot of recycled material for this. Obviously, a Freon canister and an old 30-gallon drum and an ammo box from the Korean War, I think. But overall, I did end up spending probably close to about $300, give or take, on pipe fittings, all the different. I mean, I have at least 4 of these ball valves to control where the vapor's going in through all this and through that manifold there. But that should give you a pretty good idea on how a gasifier operates. Now, obviously, once that was going, I turned off the fan because this was getting screaming hot, but also because you don't want to overload your gasifier. The size of your gasifier dictates how big of a motor you can run off of it. On the FEMA plans, they actually have a graph that tells you the horsepower of your engine, what size of fire tube you need, and all that fun stuff. And so this is only a 7.8 horsepower motor, and supposedly a 4-inch fire tube like this can handle up to 15 horses. I kind of don't believe it because this thing gets really hot running just that 8 horsepower motor. So I would almost say if you're going to go with a larger motor, you need to kind of over-engineer it and go with the step up. I think the next step was a 6-inch tube, and that would handle up to a 30 horsepower motor, which if I was doing anything 8 horse or over 8 horse, I would probably use a 6-inch tube just to try to keep the heat down, because the cooler you can run it. Obviously, I've used rubber couplers to isolate the heat going from this metal point to this metal point, and the same here from here to here, just for cooling purposes. The more you can cool the smoke that's going through your gasifier, the more energy it contains once it gets to your motor. So if you're running really hot gas, not only is that going to start to compromise the material, the rubber couplers, the sawdust, all that stuff, but it's also not going to contain as much energy for your generator. So the cooler you can get it, the better. That's why I recommend that if you're going to go with any motor that's a little bit bigger than that, to just kind of go the next step up and utilize the bigger fire tube. That way it doesn't get as hot. You're not really running it at 100% full capacity. So this thing's getting pretty hot to the touch now. But as you can see, I mean, I've been running this now for a couple minutes, and it's running pretty good there. And the fun thing for me is that it actually generates electricity. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I kind of thought you guys might be interested in that. That's something pretty cool. I would have to have something like a. I'd have to my degasifier would have to be like the size of my propane tank. To run everything out of here that I'd want to run on it. So, all right. So it's like a train wreck.
Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. To get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal. Oh, what a deal. A big old box, it's all for me.
Okay. Feeling kind of suicidal now. What am I doing to you guys? What am I doing? Traitors to the U.S. people. Yeah, Zelensky. Yeah, Schumer, and McConnell. Yeah, 3 traitors. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so we were back to where. Yeah. Oh, damn, I forgot to go out and put gas in. My generator's about to go out. I got to run out and throw on gas. You guys going to have to wait for me. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I think I'm back. Am I back? Didn't I say like an hour and a half ago I need to go put gas in the generator? Yeah, I saw that, Lisa. I did see that. All right. Yeah, I torture you with that song and then poof, I'm gone, right? Yeah, I told you I forgot to go and get gas in the generator, dang nabbit. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see. All right, we're going to have to re-add Facebook. Let's try it again here. Let's go PT2. Two and PT2 on this one as well. All right, let's try it again. Here we go. See if we can get everybody back. Okay, X is back, and now Facebook just reconnected, and we'll get ourselves back up there. Oh, you can't hear me. What do you mean you can't hear me? You can't hear me? What? You can't hear me? My stuff should be working. Hello, 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 hello. Is it working now? Okay. All right. Refresh if you're having problems hearing. And sorry about that, Facebook side and X side. We'll see if we get anybody back over there. We had a bunch on both sides there. So, okay, 5x5, we're coming back. Okay, we're getting there, and we had to make a part 2 for the Facebook side. Hopefully they'll start coming back to us here pretty quick. I know a bunch of people are getting ready to go to bed though, because it's like 4 o'clock in the morning for some people, somewhere around there. But I mean, I just got up. I had to sleep today, so it was it's been crazy. Okay, now okay, good. Glad to see that. All right. All right. So I had to okay, let's see. Did she post part 1 first? No. All right, we're catching part 2. What the heck? I muted myself and I forgot to share the dang screen. For some reason, I thought you guys were still with me. Okay, let's try it again.
Daddy teaches you can be anything in this world that you want to be, right? Don't Daddy teach you that?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're black or white or any color.
Doesn't matter if you're black, white, brown, yellow. Right?
Black.
And how we treat people is based on who they are and not what color they are.
And if they're nice and smart.
See, this is how children think right here. Critical race theory wants to end that. Not with my children. It's not gonna happen. My baby's gonna know that no matter what she wants to be in life, all she has to do is work hard and she can become that.
Work hard even though you don't know anyone. You can make friends.
Yeah, you can make friends, no matter what color they are. So we need to stop CRT. period, point blank. Children do not see skin color, man. They love everybody. If they're good people, they love them.
We pray for people that are hurt.
Daddy.
We pray for people that are hurt. That's just amazing. Kids can teach us so much as long as we teach them correctly to begin with. And the relationship with God and his son is more important than anything. The Pacific says Nikki Haley faces minor setback in South Carolina. You call that a minor setback? That's 4 states now. And Nevada, Trump wasn't even on the ballot, and they selected none of the above. So she didn't even come close to winning in Nevada when she was the only person alive left on the ticket. Yeah. Everybody said, nope, none of the above. None of the above. She's beating herself. But I think she had to, I think she had to be exposed. I really do. I think she had to be exposed. You know, just things that have to happen. You know, don't know. Good morning, everyone. She says she does not have anything and does not have any answers to any questions. Never had, at least since the time I've been covering the White House. In one word, kindly describe 49-year-old Karine Jean-Pierre. In one word, and the key word is kindly. No, I'm not even going to attempt that because see you next Tuesday isn't a polite word. You know, American soldiers explain the horrific damage the vaccines did have inflicted on military personnel. There's an article on that. If anybody wants to see that, I'll drop the link. If I can get somebody to transfer this over to the Facebook side too, that would be awesome. But I can't, unfortunately, I can't play it without worrying about whether or not we're going to get shut down. Reasons why is Nikki Haley still running? 1, candidates drop out of the race when they run out of money. Haley is backed by a military-industrial complex, which has an endless supply of cash. Number 2, the cover story for normies, Trump might end up in jail, so we need a second GOP candidate. 2A, Trump will only be removed from the campaign by assassination, which is not out of the question, given the character of its opponents. 3, the regime needs to keep the focus off of Biden as long as possible. Keeping Haley in the running forces Trump to expend ammunition on her instead of Biden. 4, the regime wants to divert as much GOP cash away from Trump as possible, and Haley does that. And they're right. Okay. So as soon as Trump becomes the Republican nominee, then all the coffers are open for Trump. Okay. And Romney, whatever the hell her name is. Okay. The see you next Tuesday that has been stealing all the money from the GOP and using it to lavish herself with a illustrious life. Okay. The coffers will be closed to her. She won't be able to get another penny. That's why she wasn't leaving until the end of February. So in another 10 days is when the Super Tuesday is, right? And that's when Haley goes bye-bye. Okay. But in the meantime, both Haley and Romney's flunky that's in charge there, family member that's in charge there, is making dividends off of the GOP. Okay. So just so everybody knows, okay, once Trump becomes right now, he's the presumptive candidate. Okay. He's not the party nominee yet. Okay. Once Super Tuesday happens, then it's official. Okay. And the money pipeline to Haley goes away other than from the industrial complex. Yeah, Rana, whatever her name is. I don't even care. I don't even want to know her name because she's a crook. She is as much a crook as Mitch is. Okay, I mean it's that simple. I'm not going to watch 60 Minutes because they suck. The boys are reunited. It's the Dealey meme team. The people make this realm. 6 degrees of separation. The teacher is also the neighbor. The mayor is also a brother. The pyramid is exposed. The top is defeated. Central casting. Now society rebuilds and there are growing pains. Until tomorrow doesn't arrive, this is our journey. A 12-hour documentary does not re-educate from a lifetime of lies. Living in truth is how we counteract a lifetime of lies. Society cannot collapse. Disclosure at pacing of new information assimilation. They don't know they are wrong until they do. And only they can decide to question their version of reality. Nothing can stop what is coming. I don't trust anybody who says trust me. Okay? That's just one of the things I was taught. Somebody says trust me. You know, just yeah. Remember this, keep it in mind, take it to heart. You're rebels. Remember the former things, those of long ago. I am God, and there is none like me. I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come. I say my purpose will stand, and I will do all that I please. And that's Isaiah 46, 8 through 10. Before you look at the photo below, well, let's not look at the photo below yet. Go to my Twitter feed about the Tucker Putin interview. 1 minute, 17 seconds in Tucker's introduction. He begins interview 17 seconds in, touches his watch, and takes it off and puts it next to the water. Watch the water and the pen. Follow the pen. Remember, watch the water, follow the pen, which I showed you was a shout out to Catherine Herridge and her tweet about Biden document scandal at the same day as interview aired. Remember, the interview was edited. Edits can be manipulated any way you choose, i.e. revealing timestamps. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? Well, you did it. Here's another cue. Isn't that funny? Look what Putin got in his garden. So a few days after the Tucker Putin interview on February 9th, RTLZ, Dutch Finance News, comes out on the 16th with a broadcast at 1:15 and 9 o'clock. They flash Putin's garden. Well. Putin got a giant Q in his garden. Remember, drops 1081 and 133. Putin is Russia's president. His job is to look after the Russian people. Put yourself in his shoes. He wants to win. Why not take advantage of his enemies? Trump comes along. Russia and Putin become allies. Xi becomes our ally. Xi and Putin are also under attack by the deep state, which is rooted globally. Vladimir Putin, the New World Order, worships Satan. Q. And here's the photograph. Look at that big old Q there. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll have to see. We will have to see what is how all of this correlates. Another time. Red Pill Drifter, meet Edward Bernays, master of propaganda, full documentary. If I'm not mistaken, this guy was. Let's see if I can show his face.
Breakfast to the mid 1920s.
Yeah. Dave was talking about him on the last podcast that we had. What's this here?
Don't shoot. I'm retarded.
Prove it.
I'm not dropping out of the primary. I really think I have a chance to win. Don't shoot. I'm retarded.
Prove it.
I'm not dropping out of the primary. I really think I have a chance to win.
Oh, Lord, help me, help me, help me. Yeah. And Jack Straw says that has to be Robin Williams. Watch that happening now. Trump just met with Argentina President Jay Milei at CPAC in DC. This is awesome. Yeah, we saw that earlier. And then do we really want to go there? Yeah, that's about right. Except for robots don't poop their pants. Come on. Every little thing is going to be all right. Don't worry.
How do you truly know how it's going to turn out? I don't, but I place my faith and belief in knowing that this is what we're here for. I'm not trying to shove a conspiracy theorist bomb down your throat, but the world is not as it seems. There's a lot of shit that has been happening behind the scenes that have been hidden away from the population for so fucking long. This whole little game is a game of control and power and money and twisted shit. The weirdest, like you couldn't even come up with this. Like if I told you this and you weren't aware of all of the dark shit that has been happening to mankind for centuries, you would lose your fucking mind. It is so difficult to wrap your head around all of the shit that has been happening. And people think that, you know, they just live in a little world and like problems are problems. And like, well, the medical industry is trying to find a cure for cancer and the educational, like, people have accepted that this is how the world is, but they have not stopped to ask themselves, like, why is it this way? This is why the big bad guys have been so successful at controlling, because people just go along with it. Wouldn't it make sense that you reincarnated to shift the frequency of the planet, to raise the frequency so that more and more souls and beings start to connect with that intuitive divine power? We live in a simulation. We live in an energetic extraction system, which is the Matrix. The Matrix keeps you tuned into your external reality, and it does not teach you how fucking powerful you are. All of this is a video game, and the goal of the video game is not to exit it. It is to realize that you have the power. You don't have to keep giving your power away to time, to external circumstances, to, well, one day maybe this, and then I hope this happens to me. But until you realize your power and remember your power, it's not about awakening to it, it's remembering it, because you actually agree to forgetting about it. Like, this is the whole fun of the video game, forgetting. Anyways, we're off topic now. Wouldn't it make sense that we all agreed to be here to bring love and harmony and union back on the planet? Wouldn't it make sense that we chose this extremely painful and difficult physical human experience to free mankind from this energetic and spiritual enslavement? It's happening now. Like, it's going to happen. And I think you should take time to slow down and enjoy these last few weeks, these last few months in the old paradigm of ways. I highly believe that life is going to look so differently in 10 years. And you might not believe me. You don't have to. I'm not saying I'm right. But I know this is what I'm here for. There is no other fucking way I'm here. I'm here for this. I wanted to watch the event on the playing field. Like all of the other souls that reincarnate, they know what's going to happen. They want to be part of this. Even if it's rocky, even if it's scary, even if it's a lot of uncertainty, we all chose to be here. We're pretty fucking lucky.
I told you guys this before. I said I truly believe that we chose
How
to
do
be
you
here.
truly know how?
Yep. I truly believe that we chose to be here during this time. Welcome to the new America. That dude's just taking a dump right there in in the subway. Okay, we really needed to see that tonight. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Let's see. Filming carried out a team balloon without government connections. The horizon is always flat, 360 degrees around the observer. Even at the altitude of 32 kilometers, can only NASA and other government space agencies capture the curvature of the Earth. By the way, where are all the satellites? Yeah. Isn't that amazing looking though? Seeing it flat, because we know it is now.
If I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat,
let me just underscore, you don't need to be a scientist to know that the Earth is round.
in other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
But I don't have much patience for anyone who denies that this challenge is real. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. The current members of the Flat Earth Society in Congress, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round.
Yeah. Just knowing that Obama was promoting the globe just kind of tells you that the world is flat. Yeah. Yeah. Lying son of a bitch. Oh. Dakota says, what? What's this? I hope you guys still aren't buying into voting, thinking it matters. There's not going to be a vote this year. I'm telling you right now, there's not going to be an election this year. I had a dream about it the other night. Me and Dave were talking about that. I told him, I says, he asked me what was in the dream, and I said that Clarence Thomas was on the TV stating that they overheard the evidence of 2020, and they're going to give Donald Trump his 4 years, and there won't be an election. He's going to get his 4 years. If you steal all the diamonds from the jewelry store and you get caught, do you have to give them back? Yes. So he's going to get his 4 years back. Tesla says Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. The electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. He was a smart dude. All right. I don't know if I want to see this. But something good might end up coming out of this. I don't know. One rabbit was staying with the other. Is the other rabbit going to get up and run away now? He's going to. Oh. Oh Lord. Okay. Ganja, are you in chat? Because this one here is going to be interesting. So, okay. So with the capitulation tour that happened, okay. If you think about the capitulation tour and the Queen capitulating, and even though Charles took up the mantle as king, doesn't really matter. The white horse never comes out unless the king is present. The white horse never comes out unless the king is present.
It's incredible. Now, from what I can see, this is the Blues and Royals Regiment carrying the colour. Now, this is super rare. You don't often see this at all. Just popped out of nowhere. So I wonder what's going on. This is incredible. So we're in the middle of central London, just off St James's Park on the Mall. Now, often the white horse comes out when the king is present, but for what I can see, the king isn't around at the moment. And how I know that is the royal standard should be flying, but it's not flying right now. It's a Union flag that's flying. So I don't know why we're seeing what we're seeing right now. Just incredible. Now it looks like the colour, which is the flag, is covered in a waterproof outer, like a coat. So that indeed is to protect the colour if it is raining. Now why these three guards are riding down the middle of the Mall right now, I have no idea. That was a complete surprise. So this is definitely a rare sighting, as the monarch is not in today. Never ever seen this happen before. Quite incredible. This is the Blues and Royals Regiment. Did not expect to see this. Lots of people already waiting for changing of the guard. But they definitely weren't expecting to see this. So we're just approaching Buckingham Palace. And we will see where they go. Stunning day today here in London. It's fresh, it's crisp, the sun is out. The helmets gleaming in the sunshine. Now looks like they're going to the right of the palace.
Yep, but that white, the two normal standard bearers would be on the black horses only. Okay, and the only way that the white horse is there is if the ruler is there. So, yeah. Yeah, it seems kind of strange. Okay. Judge Jean.
He gets to her house at 10:45 at night. Okay. He leaves at 3:30 in the morning. He gets to his house at 4, goes back home at 4, and then texts her at about 5 minutes after 4. Now, I don't think they're texting about a case. He's telling her what a great night he had. Look, here's the bottom line. This case just blew up. Fannie Willis not only has the appearance of impropriety, not only an actual conflict, Fannie Willis perjured herself. Her boyfriend perjured himself. They lied under oath. Each of them said they didn't have a relationship until 2022. Now, Robin Yater, whatever the name is, she said, no, it started in 2019. I saw them. They were hugging. They were kissing. And you know what? She ain't a great DA. I never thought she was that smart. She doesn't know how to conduct herself in a courtroom, clearly. But this woman is so dumb, she doesn't even realize that cell phone analytics can identify the exact location of your phone, not the area, but the exact location based upon the cell tower. That's how we prove crimes. We've been doing it for years, Fanny. And here's the thing. In 2021, before they hooked up, they texted each other more than 1,000 times a month, but they weren't boot knocking. And they called each other more than 2,000 times a month. More to the point, he's going to her house. He's sleeping there. He's leaving, going home at least 2 nights. She calls her friend Robin a liar. Look, this man has no experience as a felony prosecutor or with RICO. She has no experience in a courtroom. The two of them are ridiculous. She was able to fund a lavish lifestyle that she took part of with this stupid claim. I paid him back in cash. That itself is incredulous. The only question now is whether or not the judge is going to have the chutzpah to call it for what it is. And this is perjury. The bottom line is Wade got paid, Willis got laid, and the taxpayers got played.
It's more like the taxpayers got screwed with no happy ending. What can you do? I think I'll just drop this decode here. The only way is the military. 5, 5. Q plus in the middle. Yeah. I have a feeling something's happening. Something's happening.
I don't like snakes too much. We have plenty of them in New York and Washington, a different variety. I don't like snakes either. We got a lot of snakes in Washington, D.C. We got a lot of snakes in New York. I don't like either kind of snake. I think I like the kind on the ground better than the ones we have in Washington.
Now, back when I first started doing my podcast, I actually had Ganja on here with me.
I don't like snakes too
much. And I said to him, I said,
them.
tell me something that we should all know about the royal family. And he said, they're all lizards. That was all you needed to say. That was it. Yep. Can't play that one. They're talking about thing. Crazy hockey fight in the NHL. God only knows.
In warm up.
You don't see many of these anymore. Oh, you don't. I was just thinking that, reminiscent of the old days in this rivalry. Matter of fact, Ray, I don't remember.
That's when I used to watch hockey. Yeah. What can you do? Venezuelan invader in the Baja Chiquito migrant camp, Darien camp, took my cameraman that he told my cameraman that he would be lost without the map provided by Jewish NGO HAIS, H-A-I-S, which has a map and instruction for invaders and illegals that guides them on how to get to our border and where to go once they get there. Yep. So I'm not sure what this is. See if there's that little damn.
This sounds like.
Yeah, just old video. I've seen it already. Could be nothing. Eric Trump tags at MAGA, which only follows Underworld, a movie of underground war, not known to the public. Let's see here. We spent $1.3 million in South Carolina. Nikki Haley spent $16.5 million. Let's see who wins. Underworld. Underworld movie is available now on digital and Blu-ray. I've seen that. Very good movie. But if you're trying to avoid things about demons, then you definitely don't want to watch it because it shows another side of the world that people don't believe exist. Which state are you supporting President Trump from? Oregon. Yep, that's where we're at. That's where I'm at. Okay, poor Lindsay. Here we go.
A bit further left than some of the people on this age. But I always say, when I'm in trouble on the left, I call up Lindsey Graham and he straightens it out so fast. And I'll tell you, no, remember. What? I love him. He's a good man. Come up here, Lindsay. Come up here, Lindsay. Come here.
Okay, are you ready? America, the nightmare you're facing is just about over. Help is on the way. This is the most qualified man to be president of the United States. And let it be said that South Carolina created the biggest political comeback in American history.
Thank you, Lindsay. So,
Yep, it's exactly right. Jody Terry put it right out there. It's spotlight on Lindsay. That is 100% correct. Everything is for a purpose. Everything. Lindsay's boyfriend's in the ground. He's in the ground. They put No Name down there a long time ago. Yeah. A long time ago. Okay, a person in the video suggests that if Trump becomes president, he should promptly halt the war in Ukraine by altering our foreign policy concerning the region. Additionally, he asserts that the deep state would refuse to endure humiliation and defeat on the global platform, instead opting to instigate World War III prior to the 2024 election. Will it be surrender under the pretext of a peace agreement, or will it escalate into a great war?
And so if Trump becomes the next president, if he returns as president, the implication is that he is going to immediately get to work to stop the war in Ukraine. And in order to stop the war in Ukraine, you have to change the Western policy pertaining to that war. That we are going to support Ukraine to the end. That there can be no peace until Russia withdraws from Crimea, Russia withdraws from all the other territories where the Russian people themselves living in Ukraine have voted, we want to be a part of Russia. This policy of the West will have to go. And you have to sit down to negotiate now a peace different from the one that Ukraine wants now at this time. Will the West be prepared to accept this collapse of their strategy pertaining to Ukraine. It will be very embarrassing for Europe. It will be embarrassing for those in the United States who want to pursue the war. And so I want to use this opportunity to just issue a gentle warning to my people. And that is, the likelihood of this embarrassment coming is so great that perhaps they might want to provoke the Great War between NATO and Russia and China before the election takes place. I hope and I pray they don't succeed. I hope and I pray that the Great War does not take place in 2024. But despite the fact that I don't want it to take place, it is still necessary.
Wise man with wise words, you know, wise words, very wise words, you know. You know, some people are looking and they're beginning to understand that that there are ways for us to get back out of this, but we're not going to do it unless we clear our head out. Canada's cowboy has a new message.
Words, people, and we can beat the World Economic Forum. We can defeat their idea of a 2030 agenda, beat back their idea of a central bank digital currency and a digital ID, a digital prison around each and every one of us as we're confined to their 15-minute cities. 2 words, folks, but you gotta mean them. More than anything you've ever said or done in your life. 2 words from each and every one of us, locked arm in arm in unity. Fuck no. We don't comply anymore. Fuck no, are we going to allow you to destroy our countries, drive them into financial ruin beyond imagination, all for the sake of the agenda. Fuck no, are we going to allow this shit to happen anymore. Stand united, people, behind those 2 words. Fuck no, that's all it takes. We are the power. We are the people. They are the few, and they work for us. I love each and every one of you. Stay the course.
Yep. He's been putting out a lot of great messages, you know, for a long time. Let's see here. This one was kind of interesting. Well, then look who was right again. Okay. We pause this and rewind it, and you're just going to have to read what they say because you're not really going to be able to hear what Chuckles says and what Biden responds with. So try to catch what you can. She's trying to make the damn shadow from the post go away. See the post here? See the shadow of the post here? She's trying to make the shadow go away. This is your sign to hire a handyman. Yep, exactly. Oh, that's huge. This is what happens when domestic hogs interbreed with wild hogs. They get larger each generation. Look at the size of that thing. Wow. Wouldn't want that thing chasing me around. It's a big club. We're just not in it. The thing is, everything has a purpose. Everything has a meaning. Land of the free. Yeah. The top here, you're at the airport. Down here, you're at the border. So these guys get to just come in here and just walk all over our country, and these guys got to have their rectals examined in order to get on a flight. You got to go through all this stuff. Get on a plane, but these people can just flood right in. Yeah. Yeah. The world today. Yeah. So we saw that one already. This here is the Walton family just sold The Walton family just sold $4.5 billion worth of Walmart. Each sibling, Jim, Alice, and Rob, sold $1.5 billion. The trades were reported after market closed Friday, most likely to avoid media coverage. What does that tell you? It tells me that they're getting ready to run and hide. That's what it tells me. You know? And they're playing tug of war with a lion.
Just let us know when you guys are ready to tap out. She's not moving.
Couldn't move a lion. I should say lioness. Yeah. This is what society stole from you. It's a lot to look at when you're looking at the now. Yeah. Yep. The world we live in. Another reminder, September 25th brings us to February 25th. Trump is speaking and he says, in less than 5 months, we are going to defeat crooked Joe Biden and we are going to take back our country. Let's go. Monday, September 25th to and including Sunday, February 25th, 2024, resulting 154 days. It is 154 days from the start date to the end date, and the date included for 5 months, 1 day, including the end date. 154 days can be converted to one of these units. 13,305,600 seconds, 221,760 minutes, 36,096 hours, 154 days, 22 weeks, 42.19% of a common year. Let's see.
We broke the record twice. We're going to break it a third time. We're going to break our own record. So less than 5 months from now, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make America great again.
So, in less than 5 months, we are going to take back our country. And I believe that that is where we're getting, I would love to play this, but Saturday Night Live would give us a hard time about it being on YouTube, so, just don't want to deal with that. Let's see. Okay.
At the ballot box this November, it's you and the people you have to be, and we'll deliver a reckoning like they haven't even imagined before. We're going to straighten out our country. We're going to bring our country back. For hardworking Americans, November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their Judgment Day. Their Judgment Day.
Okay, so September 25th. Okay. You think if the 25th of February through, the 25th of February is 5 months, right? And then you have the 4 months, 4.5 months, I think it is, from the time that the election, no, it's not that long. It's only 3 months. I think it's 3 months. So, so that would make it March 21st, April 25th, May 25th, so June 20. Okay, I'm overthinking things. I'll have to run a whole bunch of scenarios in my head to find out if I can figure it out. But if it is in fact the defeat of Biden, that means that they have 3 months in order to get a new candidate out in the front and then pull Joe out. We all believe that it's going to be Michelle. So that's the direction that's going to go. I think that's the only option that they have, and that they'll try to use the LGBTQ plus 1, 2, 3, 4 ASDF JKL semicolon, whatever the hell they are, kind of thing is going to be what it takes. But that would put us around September 25th, which gives approximately a month and a half before the election. But like I said, that's not, I don't think that election is going to happen. Yeah. So We did it. The Jimmy Kimmel Challenge is officially a success. Thank you all. Talk it over or tick it all over to give it all back. Let's see. We may be on the cusp of looming blackouts, World War III, and potential zombie apocalypse mixed in with some aliens. But all in all, I just wanted to let you all know I am so grateful for you because I'm living my dream because of you all. And we've only just begun. Onward. Next stop, saving all the children.
Jimmy Kimmel is now canceled. Take the credit for that. You're fucking welcome. So to celebrate, I made a new song. Jimmy, you never did respond. The FBI have the tapes, but they say that they're gone. You can address me because I am the best. What the hell happened to Epstein, Chef? For real though. Dead man walking, I'm a target. I'm a dead man walking, I'm a target.
Yep. So Kimmel's show has been canceled. Just so everybody knows, he has been canceled. He no longer will be in our late nights. They'll just probably finish out the season with CGI, and he is gone. Gone. Bye, Jimmy Kimmel. Bye. Want to know what it really means? It means the person is willing to turn a blind eye to pedophilia and child sacrifice in order to advance their career, selling their soul to the devil for fame and money. Hang all those motherfuckers in the world. No mercy, no deals. Yep. That's what it means. Okay. Now, I played a video for you guys a couple of days ago of this woman, but she was in a little itty bitty box and they were showing the board members sitting at the counter. I wanted to show you this perspective, and I was hoping that it was going to come up in my feed again. So take a listen to this lady. She means...
Black woman in Chicago steps over big shoes and silences the mayor. Let's get right to the video.
Everybody knows about a movie, Scarface, right? It's a classic, Al Pacino, right? Everybody knows about that movie. And we focus on the famous lines of that movie. The acting and the hello to my little friend and all that. But it's the beginning of that movie that matters. When those words are coming up on that screen, that's what matters. And those words say, in May 1980, Fidel Castro opened a harbor at Muro, Cuba, with the apparent intention of letting some of his people join their relatives in the United States. Within 72 hours, 3,000 U.S. boats were headed for Cuba. It soon became evident that Castro was forcing the boat owners to carry back with them not only their relatives, but the dregs of his jails. Of that 125,000 refugees that landed in Florida, an estimated 25,000 had criminal records. That's what's up.
Talk to
That's what has happened in the United States right now. All this asylum seeking lie, all this about refugees. No. What's happening is they're emptying out the dregs of their jails into the United States, into our communities. They're junking up our country.
Talk to him, coach.
And yeah, we feel some kind of way about it because it's our country. It's our country. People like Vasquez and them, look how disrespectful they are. Now, you just gave that man a resolution for his father's restaurant. And every time we get up and talk, he's working this room. Look at him. Look at him. But he wants his resolution for his father to be respected. Vasquez, Lopez, all them want their people to be respected, but they can't even give us the dignity.
Talk to him, sis.
For what we built, but them. Ain't no question about it. Yeah, Black History Month. The American descendants of slavery. And I want you to know, Brandon Johnson, I understand what Greg was saying about we still on the plantation, but what you're looking at right now, this is what free Negro look like. And I'm telling you, we're going to get our city back. We're going to stand for our people. We're going to get them out of our communities because they don't deserve to be there. Anytime they can't give us 3 lousy minutes of their attention while we sit here and watch y'all give them all kind of money, you watch us. We black out here. All right. We don't have a lot of this. You watch that. Free black woman. All right. We get that.
Wait, we'll stop it right there. She said a mouthful, man. And you're going to see a lot more black people step away from the Democratic Party. They're finally waking up because people have to be affected by something before they finally wake up and smell the coffee. Anyway, I'm done talking about it. Y'all drop a comment. Let's talk about it. Get at your boy.
Yes, Trudeau is the son of Castro. Yeah. How a baby reacts to kiwi fruit.
Sweetheart? Hey. Hey. Are you okay? Everything fine? Are you hurt in any way? Any way? Are you hurt? Hey. Is anything hurt on you? Anything? I was literally saying, I'm sorry that it took so long to give you $10,000. Do you have any bruise? Anything? Have I ever touched you in a bad way? Ever? Have I asked you every time if I could touch you? Every time. Sweetheart, look at me. You cannot talk to me that way and say things like that. Because I'm more respectful than anyone you've ever met. Are you okay? What? Here.
No.
I thought you said you wanted water. It's the only water I have.
Don't know. All the money I'm paying in taxes, it got wings. It's flying away.
I need my tax dollars to stay right here in the United States. Okay? We all got an uncle. Y'all didn't know that we all got an uncle, the same uncle. I ain't never seen him at the picnics. I don't know where he come from. But this uncle liked to tax, okay? So whenever we live here, we got to pay to stay. You got to pay that uncle, right? But my issue is with the uncle, I got to pay the uncle. Everybody got to pay the uncle. I got to pay the state that I decide to live in. Okay? Then I got to pay the city I choose to live in. Then I got to pay to stay in the township that I live in. But all my money that I'm paying in taxes, it got wings. It got wings. It's flying away. It got wings. It's flying everywhere in all other places and countries and peoples. Yeah, I said peoples. But it ain't here. And I need it to be here.
Sounds real. Sounds real. I didn't notice the black tie. He wore a black tie when he went to he was at an event last week that he wore a black tie. It was the first time I had ever seen him wear a black tie in all the years that I've ever seen Donald Trump. I've never seen him wear a black tie. And it was, but obviously it was an event. Melania was with him. She was in a beautiful black dress. Yeah. Okay. South Carolina, Trump country. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so we got to get rid of the music. Let's fast forward it here a little bit to get to where he comes up to the mic. And then we'll let it play on from there. Let the song finish. Okay. All right. Let me back it up just a hair here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Wow. That is really something. This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated. And I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina. So that's pretty good. So it's a record times 2. And there's something going on in the country. Some really great things are going on. You look outside and you see all of the horror. You see millions and millions of people coming across the border illegally. We don't know where they come from. They come from jails. They come from prisons. They come from all sorts of places that we don't want to know. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. And we don't want that in our country. We're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for it. You have terrorists coming in. You have people coming in that we just can't, we can't do. Could sustain what's happening to the United States of America, no country. So we're going to straighten things out. The border is the worst it's ever been. You know, in 2016 we won, and we had a bad border. I talked about the border a lot, talked about it a lot. And so we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. We fixed it very quickly. And in 2020, we couldn't talk about it, although we did get millions of more votes the second time. But now there's a spirit that I have never seen. We ran 2 great races. But there's never been a spirit like this. And I just want to say that I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now. Never been like that. And a big part of that is the people standing behind me. These are the biggest officials in South Carolina, but I say like the biggest officials in our country as far as I'm concerned. They're state figures, but they're national figures, and in the truest sense of the word, they love our country so much, and they want to see our country succeed and be respected again. Right now, we're a laughing stock all over the world. Our country is going to be respected again, respected like never before. So this is a fantastic evening. It's an early evening and a fantastic. You can all go down and you can celebrate for about 15 minutes, and we have to get back to work because the big date, you know, Michigan's coming up. We're doing great. The auto workers are going to be with us 100% because they got sold out by this country. But Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday, and I think we're leading 91-7 overall. If you don't mind, may I have the pleasure of introducing some incredible people? Because they stuck right from the beginning, from the very moment we announced, and they believe in make America great again. That's what they believe in. They believe in America first. We're putting America first. First of all, my family, Melania, Barron, Don Jr. and Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Tiffany and Michael. They're so supportive. So supportive of me, and we really appreciate it and love them. They're great. We have a great family, and we have incredible friends, and we're going to be up here on November 5th, and we're going to look at Joe Biden, and we're going to look him right in the eye. He's destroying our country, and we're going to say, Joe, you're fired. Get out. Get out, Joe. You're fired. They're destroying our country, and we're going to... I just wish we could do it quicker. 9 months is a long time. I just wish we could do it quicker, Mr. Governor. Is there anything you can do with your vast powers to make that, you know, in certain countries, you're allowed to call your election date. If I had the right to do it, I'd do it tomorrow. I'd say, we're having an election tomorrow. Henry, is there anything you can do? I want to start off because right from the beginning, Henry McMaster, the governor of this incredible state, and much more importantly, his wife Peggy, she's with him all the way. I'll tell you, never saw anything. What a couple! But I'd like to ask him to say a few words. He's a very special man, an incredible governor, very popular in the state, and really, I mean, he gave us some very good advice. And he has right from the beginning. You know, from the day I announced. I had the lieutenant governor. He was the lieutenant governor. And from right at the beginning, when I announced, then I said, I don't know the gentleman. Is he good? They said, he's really great. I said, well, I hope so. And you know what? Within about 2 weeks, I said, that guy is unbelievable. You know, I never got the support of the governor. She supported somebody else, but I had the support of somebody much, much better, Henry McMaster. And we won in a landslide. And I'd like to ask the governor to say a few words, please. Henry?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. Y'all, I'd like you all to remember this moment that you were here. This is a great moment in American history. We'll probably never see another one like it. Every time a rocket launches, you know, it goes up slow and then it's climbing and climbing, and then boom, that next stage comes off and it goes. Well, we just did that. We just hit maximum velocity and we're going all the way.
So I'm going to ask somebody else to say, because he came on board and Lindsay wanted him and the lieutenant governor wanted him and everybody wanted him. Henry and Peggy wanted him. So I thought he was okay, but he didn't love speaking about himself because he's a good person. See, I have no problem with that. It's a problem. What a personality, I don't know. But he endorsed me. And then we asked him to go and do a few shows, and you know, they're not often nice shows. They're very hostile. And what he did was, I said, is this the same man? And he campaigned nicely, but he's a high quality person. When he was supporting me the day, is that correct, Lindsay? When he went out, Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott, he went out and he was ripping it. I said, what happened to Tim Scott? What a dynamo. And he has been one of our great advocates. He's been doing things that have been unbelievable. And I'm just very happy he didn't have that same energy, drive, because I think I probably would have been out of the race a long time ago. But I want to say, a very special man. I really do mean it. So many people have such great respect for him, and you're very lucky to have him in the state. Tim, please, say a few words.
Hello, South Carolina! The longer I speak, the less you hear of him. So let me just ask one survey question, and you better answer it loud and clear. Is South Carolina Trump country?
Thank you very much, Tim. Really great job. Amazing. Another man, not a lot of people know him. He doesn't do too much television. He happens to be a little bit further left than some of the people on the stage. But I always say, when I'm in trouble on the left, I call up Lindsey Graham and he straightens it out so fast. And I'll tell you, no, remember. I love him. He's a good man. Come up here, Lindsey. Come up here, Lindsey. Come here.
Okay, you ready? America, the nightmare you're facing is just about over. Help is on the way. This is the most qualified man to be president of the United States. And let it be said that South Carolina created the biggest political comeback in American history.
Thank you. So, I have a son who's a very talented guy, and he works so hard, and we love him, and his wife is very good. She goes on, and Laura. And I want to thank Eric and Laura for doing such a fantastic job, and really amazing. They're amazing people. Let's go down a little list of some of the people that are up here tonight, because every one of them is a star in their own right. And your lieutenant governor is going places. You do know that, right? Pamela Abbott. And really going places. And Speaker of the House, Merle Smith, who's coming up in a couple. You know, some of these people are actually busy. He's running to get over here. But we want to thank you, Speaker of the House. Fantastic person, doing a great job for the state. An Attorney General who's been in the news lately a lot, winning cases. Oh, I wish we had such a good Attorney General like that in New York. Oh. He's a great Attorney General. Alan Wilson, thank you, Alan. His father happens to be up here too. Remember his famous, "You lied," remember? He's been loved ever since, hasn't he? Huh? Treasurer Curtis Loftus. Curtis, thank you very much. Wherever you may be, thank you. Thank you, Curtis. Mark Hammond, Secretary of State. Thank you, Mark. Ambassador, and this is a great ambassador, one of the best. Anytime we had a problem, I just called Ed McMullen, and he would solve the problem very quickly. Ed, thank you very much. We have a man who's done a really good job in the state, your South Carolina GOP chair, Drew McKissick. Thank you. Thank you. We have a highly opinionated group of people. I'll tell you, they turned very positive on you very quickly. So, you have a beautiful, beautiful state right next to you, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. In fact, they named their daughter Carolina. And I said, which state? She said both. She's very, I think I know which state, but that's okay. But they have the most beautiful daughter named Carolina. So we love both of them. We love them both very much, and we won them both very easily. And one of the reasons we won North Carolina is a man named Michael Watley, who looks to me, we gave him our endorsement, and he looks to me like he's going to be going on to the National Republican Party as the boss, Michael Watley. Where is Michael? Michael, thank you very much. And he's going to be working with Laura. And we may be putting Kellyanne in the group too. We like Kellyanne. We love Kellyanne. Right? But you're going to do a fantastic job, both of you. We appreciate it very much. What a job he's done in North Carolina. You know, that evening of 2020 with those votes coming in, we're leading in Pennsylvania, and all of a sudden, something happened. It went boom. And then we're leading all over the place, Georgia, and then boom. And we're leading. But North Carolina, I said, when is that going to go? When are they going to drop lots of ballots into that one? And you know what he did? He just kept that thing, and we never had a problem. And I said, that's my kind of guy. He had hundreds of lawyers. How many lawyers did you have? He had 500 lawyers to make sure they didn't cheat, and they didn't cheat in North Carolina. And I said, that's my kind of guy, so I appreciate it. Great job. We're very proud of you, and you're going to do a fantastic job. And come election period, you know, we used to have election night. Now we have election period because some of these elections go on for 48 days, 61 days. Then they announce, they get all this equipment, and they announce they'll be announcing the vote in 3 weeks from now. Can you imagine? They don't know what they're doing, but I will tell you, you have done a fantastic job, and we very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. We also have a lot of members of Congress, including members of Congress out of the audience. This room is full of energy. And our party is full of energy like never before. And I mean it. There's never been unity. There has never been unity in our party. Just the fact, think of it. We got a lot of primaries in the state. The fact that we got double the number of votes in history, there's never been anything like that. Who's ever heard of that? So we have members of Congress with us. I'm very proud of this one because I sort of said that guy would be great. We had somebody that did a vote that I wasn't exactly happy with. He voted to impeach your favorite president. And until then, he'd love to have that vote back, I can tell you. But until then, he was a man that couldn't be beaten. I said, really, let's see. I said, who do we have that's good? They said, the best we have is a man named Russell Fry. And Russell Fry got out there, beat him so badly in the primaries. He had my support, and he's been a fantastic congressman. So wherever you may be, hi, Russell. What a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was good. We got rid of that one. We got rid of a lot of them. Almost every one of them. Now they're gone. The impeachers are all gone. Nancy Mace is here, a non-controversial person. But she's a real advocate, and she's become a real advocate, and I appreciate it, Nancy, very much. Thank you very much. She's a very strong woman, and we want strong women. We like strong women. William Timmons, Congressman William Timmons, has been a fantastic warrior for our country. Joe Wilson, I spoke to you about him before. He is tough, and he is smart. And he and his beautiful wife produced a wonderful, wonderful attorney general. So, Joe, thank you very much. And you've done a fantastic job. Loves our country. Michael Waltz knows more about the military probably than anybody. And we see him on a lot, and I always want his opinion. And he's got very strong opinions, and he hates to see what's happening to our country. That I can tell you, but he'll straighten it out. We'll all straighten it out together. Michael Collins. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Great job. A very non-controversial person, but a very good person. People don't understand this is a very good person, and he's a very capable man, Matt Gaetz. Thank you, Matt. That's not bad, Matt. Wow. Wow. That's impressive. I'm very impressed, right? Matt, what's going on? How many people did you put up here? Huh? That's fantastic. And by the way, before I forget, we have a group of people, and I know this is okay with you, from North Carolina. It's about 60 women that travel all over the country with me. Every time I'm out, we do a rally. We have to do, at least it has to be of significance, so usually rallies. But I think they're up to number 121. They've done 100. They're all beautiful women. Obviously, they're very wealthy. They look so wealthy and beautiful. Look at them over here. But they travel all over the country and way over 100. And I'm trying to figure out the husband. They're all happily married. They have these wonderful husbands. Hey, one of the husbands is standing right there. He's the smartest one of all. But I just want to thank you. Your support is so incredible. I get out and it's like a breath of fresh air. I look at these incredible people, and at least here we're having one that's very close, right? You don't have to travel out to California and Texas and all the other places. Well, we very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Very special women. A woman who was actually out campaigning today. She is the hardest worker. I said, Marjorie, this is Marjorie telling me. I said, Marjorie. I said, Marjorie, you don't have to do. She went to a polling sector, and she had the Trump flag, and she's waving it and screaming, vote. I said, Marjorie, it's 4:30. It's just about over for the vote. Please. She said, nope, I'm staying longer. This is the hardest working, wherever you are, the most incredible woman. She's respected by everybody. She is very smart. And I'm just very happy that she's on our side, right, Eric? I'm very happy that she's on our side, right? So it's been an incredible period of time. We have a country that is a failing nation, but we're not going to have a failing nation very long. We are not going to allow this to happen. We love our country. We love it dearly. We're going to fight for our country. We're going to fight for our rights. We're not going to let this go on because it is not sustainable by any country. You cannot let, I believe, the number by the time we get him out. And remember the date, November 5th. It's going to be the most important date, perhaps in the history of our country. The election is on November 5th. So we have Michigan coming next week. We have Super Tuesday. We have Ball coming. You know, we've set a record so far in every single, in Iowa, we got the most votes in history times two, just like this, the biggest margin ever. We then went to New Hampshire. You know, New Hampshire and Iowa, they've been around a long time politically. And we went to New Hampshire. We got the most votes in the history. That's like who has the most home runs, who has the most hits in baseball, or who threw the most touchdowns in football, who got the most points in basketball. It's very simple. We got the most votes in the history of New Hampshire primary. That's a tremendous, and that goes back so many decades, and we beat them. You know, you have John F. Kennedy, you have a lot of good people to beat, and we beat them by not a little bit, by a lot. And then we went Virgin Islands. I want to thank the Virgin Islands because they made a very strong play for the Virgin Islands, and we got 100% of the Virgin Islands. And then, of course, Nevada, as you know, we went to Nevada. We got 99.6% of the vote. And then they had a primary, and this is no candidate. You know, it's called, this is at various forms, unknown candidate, but this is no candidate, got 65% of the vote, and they think I was the no candidate because it was a caucus, it wasn't a primary, and you have to know what you're doing. You have to go into the caucus, not the primary, but without going into it, I think we won by 50 points or something like that. So, and then we come here, and what an honor this is. You know, in South Carolina, I've won every primary by a record, and we won every election by a record, and people like these two, and like this great governor and your great lieutenant governor, and I have to say, thank you very much, Pam. What a job. Thank you. They make it really easy, and many of them, as I was announcing, it seems like a long time ago, but as I was announcing, before I finished the speech, they said, we're endorsing Trump. Those are friends. Those are great, great friends. And we had some strong competitors. I mean, we had some very strong competitors, but these were real friends. South Carolina, thank you very much. Go home, get rest. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We love you all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, so one really big point I want to make about that whole speech, he never, ever, through the entire speech, mentioned Nikki Haley. He never said her name. He never, ever said her name. That's class. That's class. You know, what can you do? Okay. I don't think I want to know. Okay. All right. Well, I got a couple of things that I could play. Let me get rid of X. Let's start off with this one here. Several years ago, while at a gas station, a man of mystery appeared for only a brief moment in time. He shared the following heartfelt message and then disappeared, never to be seen or heard from again.
The serious look just like y'all got. That serious, intense look. Because he's trying to find his way. He's trying to figure it out. It's frustrating. I'm trying to listen to God. I got my own flesh and my pulling me here, my own desires, my family, my friends. All these things is distracting me from the truth. And it's difficult to give in. Especially when you're young, man. But if you can go through it, you'll come out like gold. If I can go through the fire. They don't want to go through the fire. They want to get the lotto and go to Jamaica and the Bahamas and do their own selfish thing. But he said, if you wait till I exalt you, I give you the desires of your heart. But it's difficult to wait because everybody in a hurry. Technology, it's fast. It's in a hurry. They're angry. They're frustrated. They ain't got time. They're on the cell phone. They want to text message you. Y'all in the same car. You going to text message him. He right there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in a hurry. I don't know where they going, but when they get there, oh, they're going to be sorry. The faster you try to get there, that career, that money, and you're going to figure it out that, man, it was the journey. It was not the destination. You was in a hurry to get there, to come up, to be this, to be that. And when you get there, you're going to feel discouraged more than you did before you even started to get there. Because it was the journey, the people that you didn't stop to talk to like me at checkout. The people at the gas station. You was in a hurry to get there, but it was the journey. It was the gas station. It's checkers. It's the journey, not the destination. Because the destination is steadily evolving. We always growing in wisdom and knowledge and understanding. It's always evolving. And we can never obtain it because it's steadily, constantly evolving. The more humble you be, then the more you can be fulfilled with the truth. But when you think you got it and you're on your way, then you're going to get less of it because can't nobody talk to you. You can't stop. You're in a hurry. It's a difficult thing, but you got it. I see the intensity. Especially being with him. He ain't nothing to play with. Then he talking to me, and you seeing it, you like, wow. You're already amazed at his skill and what your relationship, but he's showing you the journey. That's very important, amen. He's showing you how to relate, connect to the people. I would say this, it's a man with pushing a basket. this man right here, they brilliant now. Don't look at the outside appearance. I've seen him in action. He was pushing a basket, and I was under the bridge, and I was talking to everybody except him. He was the last person I talked to. He said, "Why didn't you talk to me first?" He said, "I should have talked." He said, "Don't you ever pass by a man pushing a basket and don't acknowledge him." I never do it in my life again. I talk to the person pushing that basket. "How's your day? How you doing?" I talk to the homeless people because they say, "Be careful how you entertain strangers." And most people that came off the street and they got their career together, they won't even let you know that they've been through it. They try to act brand new. It's a testimony. What you go through, it's for us to inspire somebody else. It's for me to pull the weak ones up. It's for you to pull the weak ones up. We don't go through this because of our own selfish reasons. We go through this to give them a testimony of how far God has brought me. It was never about me. I thought about me. Why I'm going through this. He said, "Back up, man. Who you going to inspire? Who you going to tell somebody about the glory, the grace of God if you don't go through it? Get out of yourself." And once I step back, I be seeing the deep things of God. And so I don't play with him. I don't ask him for a lot. I just say, give me my portion for the day. I don't want a lot of things. Just give me enough that I can deal with. He said, "I give you, but fulfill your bond greater than you can ever ask." I know what you desire. I know what you need. But Lord, give me my portion where I can be grateful, where I can be thankful. They unthankful. They unholy. They ungrateful. They got a job. They don't want the job. They got 40 hours. You can't work on Saturdays. You can't work on Sundays. Now you got 3 days. They always complaining and griping and murmuring. Stop it. He said, "Be grateful with the little things. And wait, and I'll put you there." But he's going to put us in a place where they appreciate me in the job.
What do you think about haters?
That's a part of the balance in life. They hate. They don't know why they hate. Tell them why they hate sometimes. They don't know they hate. It's just standard thing. They get angry. He taught. Every way when he taught them. They hate. They don't even know why. Because they don't nobody teach them. They don't nobody take time to let them know why they're doing things they're doing. That's wrong. You got to teach. They don't know. The only God they know is through you, through your experience. They don't know about church because you can't go to church because it's a business. And all the church people, it's a clique, it's a club. And they done forgot about God. It's a business. Look here. It's just the world. Ain't nobody being bold and talking about God because don't pray in school, take the prayer out of school, all these things. It's the world. We're getting in a time where God is not popular no more. And if you talk about it, I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in God. I believe in this. I don't care what you believe in. Let my spirit speak for me. Let my action. But it was a time when I was just a hearer and not a doer. But it got to balance out. You got to go through the fire in order to be a doer too. You're going to be a hearer, then you're going to be a doer. But don't let people throw you off your journey. You can't be nothing. It's between your relationship with God. They can't understand you all the time because you're trying to figure out your way. I'm trying to figure out my way. I can't prove nothing to them all the time. I don't need them to figure me out. All I got to do is just be patient and do what was in my ability, my boundaries. Be humble. Acknowledge him in all your ways. When I do wrong, I said something wrong to offend you, forgive me. I got to say it right away, get it over with. If I offend somebody at work, look, if they persecute me, look at God trying to strengthen me to show them who I serve. I say I believe, I'm walking with it. Well, teach them. They don't know. They don't know why they're doing that to me. Let your light shine among men. They might glorify your Father in heaven. It's real, man. I experience it all the time, 24/7. But I ask for it. I wanted to be a preacher when I was 6, but I didn't know the price I had to pay. Much wisdom, much grief, much sorrow. Ain't no other way you're going to get it. But if you can just go through the fire, you'll be like gold. The first thing they do when you go to a pawn shop and take what they do? How do they determine if it's gold plated or what? What they do? What kind of test they take it through? When you take the jewelry to the pawn shop, how do they determine if it's real or fake? They put it through the acid test. They put the fire upon it. That's how we know if we're real or fake. We're going to go through the fire. You're going to have disagreement with each other, but it's okay. You're going to be friends. But if you have a disagreement, it's just a different agreement. That don't mean you ain't got to see him no more and talk to her or talk to her or whatever. Hey, man, you got to teach him. You see how they flee?
Yeah.
They want $1, want a quarter. He could have got everything that he needed if he just would have been patient, but it's okay. You recording this?
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm telling the truth. It's all right. I thank God for you. Y'all are blessings to me. A true blessing. I ain't got nothing to hide. My burdens are heavy, but when I'm weak, he's strong through me. He speaks through me. Get frustrated. That's when he gonna speak through you. But he gotta get you in that point where ain't nowhere else to go but to him. He said, those that I love, I correct them. I chastise them. When you go to jail, it's called the Department of Correction, Rehabilitation. But we get mad at the correction. He said, if I didn't love you, I would correct you. He could have took our life. Amen?
Man.
He could take the life. But he corrected me. I just thank God for y'all. I see it in your eyes, but this is what Solomon asked. Solomon was the wisest man that lived. He had everything that man could desire. But one thing God said, leave the foreign women alone. But he couldn't understand why he had a desire for the foreign women. But see, the Lord knew that they were going to turn his heart against him. They were going to make him idol worship and build a God. But he didn't understand it. And I'm going to say this, the preacher, he searched the world out. He said, I want to know the basis behind wisdom and knowledge and understanding and foolishness. See, you can't know wisdom and knowledge and should be a fool, but we don't want to be foolish. That's the only way you're going to get it. You got to be a fool first. How you going to know a fool when you see a fool? How you going to know foolishness if you haven't been foolish? Foolishness, it comes with, it's painful. Because we think we all of that. If I understand that I'm limited, then that's when God takes control and gives me the wisdom that I desire. Humility. Be humble. If you don't understand your purpose, ask God. But ask him in sincerity. What's my purpose, God? Did you ever ask that question? What's my purpose? Why I'm here? What am I meant to do? But sometimes he can't tell us all at once. It might be too much.
They never got his name. They never got his name. I thought that was interesting. I wanted to share it with you guys, because, even those without, those that are homeless and their lives are destitute and everything else, there are some strong believers in that community that most people shy away from because their belief in God and God's providing is all they need. They're not looking for you to put them in a hotel. They're not looking for all this extravagant stuff. They're just looking to be able to live, to survive daily. He gets his portion every day. He said that, he says, Lord, just give me my portion. And I'm okay with waiting. I'm okay with waiting. I'd like to someday, log on and see another video of him going into a home, his own home. I think that would be awesome. That would be a great thing. Yeah, David Seaman is the one who did the Pizzagate thing that started the whole conspiracy, because it's a conspiracy, right? Oh, yeah. That's something else. But it's always about the journey, not the destination. And we've been talking about that here for years. Those of you who've been following me for years, during our pray-a-thon, 72 hours long every weekend, we did those. We did 72 hours every weekend for 9 months. And then we did 48 hours for another 4 months. So for like a year and a quarter, we were doing those pray-a-thons, and I got exhausted, though. I'm telling you, it took a lot out of me, both mentally and physically, because when you're praying for people, you're taking on the weight of
analytic. I was really
of all the you're taking on everybody's pain. You're taking it all on because you're praying for everybody, and you see the stories that people are telling health wise and things like that, in some ways it gave me more burdens than I could carry. And that's why I stepped away for as long as I did, because months after they were done, I was still feeling the weight of it every day. Every day I was feeling it. And there was nothing that I could do to lift that off of me. All I could do is try and work through it and everything, God was good to me, though. He didn't torture me, any longer than necessary. But it's the journey. It's the journey. It's always been the journey. It's not always what the destination is. It's how you get to the destination and all the things that you learn along the way. You learn so much about individual people. You learn about places. You learn about time. Time is a construct of man that holds no boundary as long as we don't let it. As long as we look at time and see it and conceive it as something that we have to regulate our lives by, then it becomes taxing, extremely taxing. I really wanted to play this for you guys. Nick Fuentes did this interview with Meeting Brother Nathaniel, and they spend about 2.5 hours. And frankly, I don't think I can stay up that long. Let me see. Was there anything else that came out that would be more in the lines of what I can handle time-wise? Well, actually, I'll probably hold off on this. I'm going to do one tomorrow. Probably going to come on around 2:00 or 3:00 in the afternoon. And I'm going to do probably another 5 or 6 hour one. I've been trying to keep them a little bit shorter, just because I've got some good weather here right now, and it's been crazy trying to get everything done. It was we had our first burn day yesterday, and that's or the day before yesterday, I should say, because yesterday I pretty much slept most of the day away when we finished up. But now our next burn day isn't until after March 1st. So I'm going to, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night for now. And then tomorrow I'll be on in the afternoon, and I'll go through all this other stuff that I got. I still haven't even watched And We Know from yesterday, or anything. So, or from Friday. So I'm really far behind on track wise, and I need to get caught up and see what else I've missed. A lot of it's coming out on X, which makes it a little bit easier to be able to pull things out to be able to talk to you guys about. Hey Rick, how you doing, brother? How's everything in Australia? I hope you're doing well, brother. For those of you that want to see the pups, I recommend going back to the beginning. I did a couple of minutes of just showing the puppies and mama. They're doing very, very well. They're actually quieted down right now, which is another reason why I'm thinking this might be a good time for me to be able to get some sleep. Because they get relatively going as soon as the morning sun comes in here. They're going to be making noise. So I should probably try to get what I can while I can. So. All right, guys. So you got 5.5 hours of content. If you scroll back, there might be a section there where the screen goes black for a couple of seconds, or actually for a couple of minutes. It's because my generator ran out of gas and I had to run out there and fill it back up again. I was hoping I got to it before it cut out. That would have just meant that you've been sitting here, waiting for me to get back, but that didn't work out so well. So. All right. We're gonna go ahead and close that down for now, and we will see you guys again tomorrow. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Get some rest. All right. Peace.